We are just about to begin the opening ceremony. I'd like to ask you to please take your seats.
We'll begin our session in 5 minutes. Please be seated. 잠시 후 10시부터 개회식을 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 장내에 계신 귀빈 여러분께서는 자리에 착석해 주시기 바랍니다. We'll begin the opening ceremony in 5 minutes. Please be seated. 오늘 아침에 When it comes to the simultaneous interpretation, Channel 2 is English, Channel 3 is Russian, Channel 1 is Korean. 초에 시작하겠습니다.
We will begin shortly.
안녕하십니까? 2024년
Good morning. Welcome to the 2024 Culture and Strategies Forum for the Korean Peninsula and the North. Thank you very much for your participation. I will be leading you throughout the opening ceremony. I am Chung Gi-ung, and I am the vice head of the HK Plus Project Agency. Before we begin, allow me to introduce to you today's agenda. As you see in the proceedings, from 10 to 10:30, we have the opening ceremony. And we would like to ask you to be seated in your designated seats. And after the keynote speech, we will then participate in a commemorative photo session. The commemorative photo session will happen in 4 rounds. First, we will be inviting the VIPs, and then second, we will be participating with the project agency, and then we will have the participants from UNESCO. And for the final round, we will have everyone participating in the photo session. And after the photo session, we would like to ask our speakers to be seated in the designated seats. We will have the first session concerning the diplomatic roundtable, followed by a short congratulatory performance, and that will be followed by lunch. And if you have asked for halal meals, we have marked that on your name cards. And if it has not been marked as halal, but if you would like to have halal meal, please let us know. After a short break, we will resume for session 2, strategic dialogue, in the afternoon. After the strategic dialogue, we will have a 30-minute coffee break, followed by the UNESCO Dialogue for Cultural Heritage Cooperation, followed by the closing ceremony as well as the last performance. Allow me to provide you with a few housekeeping remarks. We have live streaming on YouTube, and we have simultaneous interpretation into Korean, English, and Russian. Channel 1 is for Korean, Channel 2 is for English, and Channel 3 is for Russian. According to our proceedings, we would now like to invite President Kang Gyun-young of the KH Plus Project Agency of HUFS. Let us invite him with a big round of applause.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Kang Jun-young, and I am the head of the HK Plus National Strategies Research Project Agency at the Center for International Area Studies at Hankuk University of Foreign Studies. In May 2020, our agency was selected as the agency for the Humanities Korea Plus project, or HK Plus project, and our agency has made great strides in expanding transnational cooperation and communication with northern regions under the agenda of searching for the supranational cooperation and communication, identifying the contacts with northern culture, and building a cultural hub for the creation of unification-friendly circumstances. And on April 8, 2021, the first Culture and Strategies Forum for the Korean Peninsula and the North started, and now we're celebrating the 4th anniversary. And this forum has been a significant platform to promote discussions among government officials, diplomats, scholars, business leaders, artists, and related experts from multiple areas. And the theme of the 4th forum is Facing the New Era, Seeking Supranational Solidarity in the Return of Great Power Competition. This theme reflects an attempt to explore the path we must take in today's world, filled with complexity and uncertainty, where it is difficult to predict even the near future. At this very moment, we witness various armed conflicts and economic disputes occurring around the globe, and it underscores the importance of geopolitical and geoeconomic considerations and strategic choices. Therefore, we need to have a deeper discussion about what our strategy should be based on. This forum has the participation of various experts, and it will provide a critical opportunity for in-depth discussions on the cultural and strategic relationships between Korea and the northern region, as well as on our future cooperation. And we're deeply honored to have the co-hosting of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea and the UNESCO HCAP. I sincerely hope that today's Culture and Strategies Forum will be a significant step towards fostering cooperation and communication between our two regions and ultimately contributing to world peace. And there are several individuals and organizations I need to express my gratitude. First, I'd like to express my gratitude to the Northeast and Central Asia Affairs Bureau of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the UNESCO HCAP for their valuable support in hosting this forum. I would also like to express my gratitude to Dr. Wang Yun-jung, Deputy National Security Advisor, who has agreed to give the keynote speech. I would also like to thank Dr. Han Seok-ki, President of the Institute for National Security Strategy, as well as Ambassador Suhe Sufbald of Mongolia, Ambassador Ramin Hasanov of Azerbaijan, Ambassador Elashad Abdusalamov of Uzbekistan, Ambassador Tarashi Papaskua of Georgia, Ambassador Nurgali Astranov of Kazakhstan, Ambassador Aida Ismailova of the Republic of Kyrgyzstan, Ambassador Kelom Saluhidin of Tajikistan, Ambassador Salid Muhammad Tamer of Turkey, and many other diplomatic mission representatives. I would also like to express my gratitude to the directors of strategic research institutes from Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, and many other countries who have traveled afar to participate in the forum. I would also like to thank participation from various organizations. It is unfortunate that today is the Government Affairs Inspection Day for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs at the National Assembly. So even though we have received much support from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, many high-level officials from the ministry are not able to be here because they're currently at the National Assembly for government inspection. And yesterday, our president left to attend meetings with ASEAN leaders. So we have many distinguished leaders from the government who were supposed to be here, and they're not able to attend today because of these reasons. But they delivered their encouraging remarks, and they separately contacted me that they would like to be informed of the results of the discussions that we will have today, so that they will reflect them in their policy making. Finally, I'd like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the participants who have worked tirelessly to prepare for this forum, and now I declare the opening of the forum. Thank you.
감사합니다. 강준영 단장님.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your opening address. Next, we would like to invite Mr. Kim Ji-sung, Director General of UNESCO ICAP, for his remarks of congratulations. Good morning. As I've been introduced, I am Kim Ji-sung, Director General of UNESCO HCAP. Thank you very much for this opportunity to join you today. I would like to first take this opportunity to thank all those who have joined the 4th Culture and Strategies Forum for the Korean Peninsula and the North. In particular, thank you to Deputy National Security Advisor Hwang Yun-jung, Head of HK Plus Project Agency, Mr. Kang Jun-young, as well as the Vice Head of the agency, Professor Chung Gi-ung, Your Excellencies from 8 Eurasian nations, as well as representatives of the regional research centers and research institutes. Korea and the northern countries have developed political, diplomatic, and cultural cooperative ties despite the large distance between these two regions in the last 3 decades. In particular, the ties between Korea and northern countries have continuously grown based on trust and partnership, And even today, economic cooperation and human exchanges are actively taking place through both the public institutions and private companies. This is in line with the theme of today's forum as well as the values of UNESCO. Based on the Silk Road culture that we have shared together, we have many commonalities in terms of our history and culture. And so UNESCO ICHCAP continues to look forward to the cultural exchanges between Korea and the North, and we believe that we can focus on the common culture that we share, and we hope that we can discuss this in the third section. The shared cultural heritage between our two regions will play a bridge between our two people so that we can work together for peace and prosperity. I do hope that today's forum serves as an important starting point for that journey. Thank you very much to all those who have made today's forum possible, and I look forward to the most successful forum today. Thank you.
감사합니다, 사무총장님.
Thank you very much.
예, 마지막 순서로
Last but certainly not the least, we would like to invite Mr. Wang Yunjong for his keynote speech.
Good morning, everyone. Director Kang Jun-young, Director General Kim Ji-sung, as well as ambassadors and distinguished guests. I am very happy to be part of this forum where we discuss strategic cooperation between Korea and the northern countries. It is an honor and pleasure for me to give the keynote speech at this auspicious forum. I remember it was November last year. I gave a keynote speech at the forum held in Uzbekistan. And at that time, I remember your warm hospitality and your passion and enthusiasm. So it is my great pleasure to be able to see you again here in Seoul today. We have many directors of strategic institutes. Thank you so much for being here. When I looked at the program, I was able to see that we will have sessions on diplomacy and strategic dialogue and cultural heritage. I won't be able to be here throughout the sessions, but before we discuss specific items of cooperation, I'd like to share with you my thoughts. First of all, we need to acknowledge that we're going through very difficult times. So it is critical to have an accurate understanding of the current situation. We witness intensifying strategic competition among the great powers around the world, which means that we're also witnessing the international order being shaken because of various events and developments. So against this backdrop, we need to understand and discuss why the Republic of Korea need to build solidarity with the northern countries and why we need to join hands and navigate through this current situation together. If countries join hands temporarily only for economic benefits, then such temporary relations may not last very long. And I hope that the Republic of Korea and your countries will build stronger solidarity, and we need to develop specific methodologies and strategies to form stronger relations. Many people are talking about the decline of multilateralism. And many are arguing that we are witnessing the transformation of the international order into a multipolar system. Such an assessment or a statement is rather an accurate understanding of the current situation, but I'd like to add some more color to what is being discussed. When you think about multipolar Polar system and multilateralism, these are two very different phenomena. After the Second World War, multilateralism was formed under the leadership of the US. And on the financial side, the Bretton Woods system was developed with the IMF and World Bank. And for trade, we developed the GATT system. But the multilateral structure led by the US, which was formed after the Second World War, didn't last very long. The world entered into the Cold War with the bipolar system. And many of you may remember that countries formed different coalitions under the Cold War era. But after the collapse of the Soviet Union, the Cold War system was disrupted. And after that, we remember how the World Trade Organization was established, replacing the GATT system. And for the past 30 years, such a globalization trend and global economic development was achieved. And in this process, we benefited from the unipolar system where the US was the ultimate superpower. But looking back at the past 10 years, we also know that there were multiple multipolar systems. You may call this a multipolar system, but I may also call this the multi-order system, which means that when it comes to global orders, we used to have the liberal democracy and the unipolar system or multilateralism promoted by the US, but now we have multiple global orders that exist together at the same time. In this context, Western countries such as the EU and the US that promoted liberal democracy and market economy are called the liberal West countries. But then we also have Russia and China and other countries that are often referred to as the global East. And so we have the global West, the global East, but then we also have the global South, East and Southwest. And I wonder whether we need to call your countries the global North or the global South, or what will be the good name for them. But anyhow, we see that there are multiple national interests that exist under these multipolar system or multi-order system. So there's a mixture of multi-order system and multipolar system and conflicting national interests. Now, at the same time, we are seeing the emergence of frontier technologies such as AI, advanced bio, and quantum technology. They can change the game. These can be game changers. And at the same time, we're seeing increasing trade among interdependent countries. And some countries are trying to weaponize such an interdependence among countries, and they try to apply ideology in such a situation. So they are promoting economic security. Dr. Henry Kissinger, who passed away, is a famous American scholar, and he said that the multipolar system is a historical cycle, which means that no empire would last forever. In our history, we have seen many great empires, but all of them collapsed at some point in our history. No empire lasted forever. The history is usually written by the strong powers, and their narratives are reflected in the world history. And we know how different countries have different national interests, and sometimes small and medium-sized countries are pressured to choose one side or the other. We do not want to be sidelined, but we continue to be under pressure by major powers throughout our history. So While we see these changes in international relations, we need to move beyond the multilateralism centered on great powers. We need to be able to participate as emerging powers and contribute to resolving regional issues and challenges. And to do that, we need to form a new alliance and a new solidarity. And that is exactly what the Republic of Korea is pursuing together with the northern countries. And you may wonder why Korea. You may continue to work with the US or Russia or other countries. And during the UN General Assembly, the US held the C5+1 summit to launch the critical minerals dialogue with Central Asia. And for many years, under the leadership of Xi Jinping, China initiated and pursued the One Belt, One Road initiative to increase connections with Central Asian countries. So China held a summit with 5 Central Asian countries, and they promoted that this is a true multilateralism. So in this way, various major powers are seeking to strengthen relations with the northern countries. Of course, such cooperation is important, but at the same time, I believe that solidarity among smaller and middle power countries is essential, which would include Korea. Korea and Central Asia are long-standing neighbors, and we share culture, history, and values, and we have made great achievements in many different fields for the past decades. So we need to expand our cooperation. Cooperation in economic and social areas is important, but at the same time, we need to promote cooperation for people-to-people exchanges and promote cooperation in such critical areas as health, environment, and education. And we need to nurture and foster our common heritage and history, and that is why we have the UNESCO here at this forum. In June, President Yoon Suk-yeol visited 3 countries in Central Asia, and he announced the K-Silk Road Initiative. And I'd like to give you a short summary of the K-Silk Road Initiative. This is one of the comprehensive diplomatic strategies of Korea, including the Indo-Pacific Strategy and the ASEAN ROC Solidarity Initiative. So along with these initiatives, the K-Silk Road Initiative is an important pillar in expanding Korea's diplomatic realm. This is about the K-Silk Road Initiative is about promoting freedom, peace, and prosperity of the world. Korea has built a defended and liberal democratic country, so Korea intends to pursue a free international society together with Central Asia. And so we will promote and strengthen a rules-based order based on the universal values of democracy and the rule of law. Second, we will contribute to regional peace by reaffirming the UN's principles of pursuing peace and promoting a rules-based international order in which international law and norms are observed. Third, we will enhance the connectivity and complementarity of the cooperation agenda to help create future growth engines for both sides for mutual prosperity and development. In addition, we will actively work together to respond to global challenges such as climate change, supply chain issues, and digital divide. And so we will promote active cultural exchanges with Central Asia. Now, moving on to the principles of cooperation, there are 3 of them: working together, fusion, and creation. For the past 30 years, Korea has built trust and ties with Central Asia. We will move forward together into the future. We will share our economic development experience, expand mutually beneficial cooperation, and further deepen ties by promoting people-to-people and cultural exchanges. And in this process, the national interests of each country may not be perfectly aligned, and in some cases there may be differences. However, we need to take advantage of these differences. So, the first principle of working together for cooperation demonstrates our commitment to respecting each other's national interests and find a way forward together despite the instability of the environment and the uncertainty of the future. Second, Korea wishes to integrate each other's capabilities and strengths of Central Asia. So we know that we have different competitive advantage, so we would like to utilize them. Korea has cutting-edge science and technology and digital capabilities, and Central Asia has abundant resources and geopolitical advantages, so we need to utilize them to create synergies. So the convergence is the principle of cooperation, and it is also something that we need to address today's complex problems. It provides a skill set that we can utilize. Recently, high-tech and digital industries such as semiconductors, batteries, AI, and quantum, these frontier technologies are expanding rapidly. So we see the convergence of industry, technology, and supply chains. This is indeed a very challenging situation. So in addressing such challenge, we cannot do so with a simple set of skills. We need to be able to converge different skills and advantages and resources. And the third principle of cooperation is creativity. We know that the Silk Road in the past facilitated civilization and cultural exchanges, and the Silk Road contributed to the creation of rich human heritage. Now it is time to link the innovation capabilities and potentials of Korea and Central Asia to create a Eurasian cooperation model of creativity and innovation. The K-Silk Road initiative will be a milestone in taking Korea's partnership with Central Asia to next levels. We look forward to developing detailed initiatives for cooperation and implement them in the future so that we can contribute to freedom, peace, and prosperity together. I understand that there will be many insights and ideas shared at the forum. I hope that these ideas and insights will contribute to strengthening the implementation of the K-Silk Road initiative. Ladies and gentlemen, when I visited Uzbekistan last year, it was very cold. The temperature dropped down to minus 17 degrees Celsius, and there was heavy rain, heavy snow of 30 centimeters. It was beautiful, but it was very cold. But now, the weather in Korea continues to be warm and nice. When I was in Uzbekistan, I was rather confined to the hotel, but I hope that you will be able to enjoy the beautiful autumn weather of Korea when you stay here. There will be frost at the end of this fall, and the taste of kimchi, our traditional food, kimchi, depends very much on this frost because cabbages grown while enduring autumn frosts are filled and they taste better. I hope that the relationship between Korea and Central Asia will overcome the global challenges like autumn frosts together and bear abundant fruits filled with cabbages so that they will turn into delicious kimchi. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Advisor. We very much look forward to facing the autumn frost together so that we can bear fruit with our cooperation. As you can see in our program, working together and solidarity are the priority agendas for today. This brings us to the end of the opening ceremony. We will continue with the commemorative photo session. As I've mentioned before, there will be 4 rounds. We would like to invite the head table to the podium first.
The first session would be taken here. All the participants of the first session, please be seated. 장내 좌석 배치 다시 해주세요.
We would now like to rearrange the seating.
자, 존경하는 귀빈 여러분.
Distinguished guests from home and abroad, let us commence the first session. Distinguished guests from home and abroad and participants from across Central Asia, I am Chung Gi-ung, Vice Head of the HK Plus National Strategies Research Project Agency. Good morning once again. It is an honor for me to be the chairperson of this session. Our agency has been selected for HK Plus project last May, and our agenda in 2020, and we are taking a look at the establishment of a cultural hub with commonalities with Central Asia. And so from August of 2021, we have started this strategic plan, and currently we have conducted the second forum at this venue, and last year we conducted the third venue in Uzbekistan. And we are here at the fourth forum, and it is indeed a great honor for us to host you at this fourth order. Ever since the establishment of the Republic of Korea, we have continued to increase the number of allies, and we have gone through 2 rounds of expansion. The first round was in 1962 when we signed diplomatic relations with 28 nations, and in 1992 we have signed diplomatic ties with 18 nations. And the 2 rounds are 30 years apart, and you can see that we have expanded our ties. And as of 2024, we have signed our diplomatic ties with Cuba, and Cuba became our 194th country. And so we have signed our diplomatic ties with the exception of Kosovo, amongst all, and Syria as well. We have been able to collaborate with the North through our policies, and ever since 1973, thanks to President Park, we have continued to collaborate with the North, and President Roh Tae-woo continued with new initiatives, and thanks to the successful hosting of the 88 Seoul Olympics as well as the end of the Cold War, we have opened a new era of diplomacy. Through various regimes, we have conducted various diplomatic ties, although the policies may look different, but the fundamental policies remain the same. We have signed diplomatic ties with the former communist countries through President Roh Tae-woo, and we have conducted the Sunshine Policy through Kim Dae-jung, and we have expanded the Silk Road policies through Lee Myung-bak, and the policy of trust in Eurasia through Park Geun-hye, and we have conducted the New North policy through Moon Jae-in, and we have conducted the policies to become the global pivotal state through this government, so that we can become a country to bridge all the countries across the globe. And we have heard many words of congratulations for this forum, and we have also asked our ambassadors to state anything they have on their mind for the policies to join Korean Peninsula and the North, and we will be inviting the ambassadors to speak. First, we will be going with His Excellency Suhobolt Suki, the ambassador of Mongolia to Korea. We will go in the Korean alphabetical order of the name of the state. We will start with Your Excellency Suhobolt Suki.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, 안녕하십니까. First of all, I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to the National Strategy Research Project Agency, Hankuk University of Foreign Studies, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea, and inviting me to be part of this such needed and important gathering senior policy makers, scholars, and foreign security experts of the region with a numerous shared interest and consult. We still live in a dramatically changing world, experiencing both traditional and non-traditional security challenges. No single country can alone cope with the challenges and threats that humankind faces today. Life itself confirms us that all countries and people, despite differences and disagreements, are bound by common destiny and must jointly seek response to the challenges and prevent the emergence of new dividing lines. I am pleased to have the opportunity to give you a brief introduction on Mongolian foreign policy. Mongolia traditionally has been a livestock breeding and agriculture economy. Industrialization began in Mongolia in 1970s with mining of Mongolian mineral deposits and manufacturing primarily of products of agricultural origin. In early 1990s, Mongolia started transition to democracy and market economy. Thus, the country's economy had undergone significant reforms and restructuring. Since the development of political pluralism and transition and market economy, Mongolia pursues peaceful, open, independent, and multi-pillared foreign policy. After the transition in 1990s, our relations are widened. The foreign policy concept has been adopted and most recently amended in 2011. States that Mongolia seek a policy of non-aligned and pursue relations with third neighbor countries. Mongolia is successfully developing friendly relations and cooperation with our neighbors, third neighbors, and many Western and Eastern countries. Relations with the UN organizations and other international organizations and regional organizations deepened, and Mongolia's participation increased in multi-regional activities which lead to strengthened reputation of our country in international arena. Despite its small population, around 3.5 million, Mongolia has actively still participating in the UN peacekeeping operations. It's among the countries that sent largest number of forces to the UN peacekeeping operations. Today, the country maintains diplomatic relations with all UN members. Secondly, Mongolia is a state committed to non-proliferation of nuclear weapons in all its aspects and achieve nuclear disarmament, which we declared our nuclear weapon-free status in September 1992, to have that status internationally guaranteed. Mongolia's initiative was welcomed by nuclear weapon states. The nuclear threat still exists as a steadfast supporters of non-proliferation, and the country recognized it by unique nuclear weapon-free status. Mongolia continues to contribute to the cause of nuclear non-proliferation and promote regional confidence. Thirdly, in consistent pursuit of its peaceful, open, and multi-pillar foreign policy, Mongolia has been striving to contribute to global and regional peace and security. With this ultimate purpose, Mongolia initiated Ulaanbaatar dialogue back in 2013 and hosted a series of conferences and meetings focused on the regional issues since 2014. UB Dialogue has not only provided an opportunity to voice opinions and concerns on regional peace and security issues, but also has served as a platform for bridging the gap in a mutual understanding while strengthening mutual trust and paving the way for future cooperation. Excellencies and colleagues, amidst geopolitical tensions and increasing security challenges, we need to cooperate and promote mutual understanding and find practical solutions. I wish all an informative and enjoyable experience for this session. Thank you.
감사합니다, 대사님. 몽골의 외교
Thank you very much. Thank you for sharing with us the policies of Mongolia's foreign affairs as well as your policies for peace and prosperity. We would now like to invite His Excellency Ramen Hasarov from Azerbaijan.
Dear Excellencies, dear colleagues, dear ladies and gentlemen, it gives me pleasure to deliver this speech at this remarkable event. And taking this opportunity at the outset, I would like to greet all participants and express my gratitude to the leadership of Hanging University of Foreign Studies for convening to this event and extending kind invitation to our embassy. In coming days, Azerbaijan will mark the restoration of its independence. On 18th October 1991, Azerbaijan paved its way towards independent, secular, and democratic development. In March 1992, Azerbaijan and Korea launched their diplomatic relations, and we have been consistently expanding our bilateral ties and mutually beneficial cooperation, as well as people-to-people contact and intercultural exchange since then. Today, Azerbaijan and Korea enjoy full-fledged and multidimensional cooperation. Both countries strive for deepening our relations in a broad range of realms, encompassing political dialogue and economic cooperation, as well as social and humanitarian collaboration. High-level relations between Azerbaijan and Korea are active and unique in the South Caucasus region, and the directions and mechanisms, the scope and content of our bilateral cooperation are rich in their essence. Azerbaijan is the largest economic and trade partner of Korea in the South Caucasus. The trade turnover between our countries increased last year by almost 60%. In the same period, our non-energy exports to Korea have increased more than 50%, and Korea became the ninth largest import trade partner of Azerbaijan. Korea is one of the biggest foreign direct investors to Azerbaijan's non-oil sector, and the total amount of mutual investments is equal to almost $500 million. At present, more than 80 Korean companies are registered in Azerbaijan, operating in the fields of trade, industry, construction, and services. Our countries are maintaining constructive political dialogue based on mutual interests. The two countries are actively cooperating between various international and regional organizations as well. And cultural and people-to-people relations are also firmly flourishing. Korea is among the top countries where Azerbaijani students choose to study. Approximately 250 Azerbaijani young people are studying in Korean universities, with most of them in Korean language. Since Azerbaijani and Korean languages belong to the same Ural Altaic language family, there is a mutual interest in learning Azerbaijani in Korea and Korean in Azerbaijan. Currently, Korean language is being taught at two universities in Azerbaijan. As you may know, Turkish-Azerbaijan Studies Department operates at Hankook University of Foreign Studies. We deeply appreciate good and fruitful cooperation with this university and the activities of the said department, contributing to the teaching and research on Azerbaijani studies and promoting Azerbaijan's public presence in Korea. Thanks to endeavors of Turkish-Azerbaijan Studies Department, our mother tongue was added to the list of strategic foreign languages taught in Korea. In 2024, the first graduation from the international double degree program carried out between Baku Engineering University and Inha University took place. This program has been considered as a success story, so that the number of enrolled students boosted from 61 to 83 in the current academic semester. Also, Azerbaijan's other university launched partnership relations with KAIS by signing Memorandum of Understanding with this university. We are also interested in cooperating with Korean regions. So far, twin toward friendly cities and districts cooperation exists between Shusha and Andong, Baku's Karadağ district and Seoul's Yongsan district, and Gabala and Gyeongju. We hope that similar cooperation will be established with other Korean cities and districts as well. Another promising cooperation field could be Korea's involvement in the restoration and reconstruction works conducted in our liberated Karabakh and East Zengezur regions. As you know, Azerbaijan ensured the implementation of the relevant UN Security Council resolutions by liberating through military political means its territories occupied by Armenia for 30 years and restoring its full sovereignty over there. Several Korean companies have expressed their interest in engaging in the reconstruction and restoration work in Azerbaijan's liberated territories, as well as some of them are interested in smart city projects. Today, Azerbaijan is firmly advancing in post-conflict agenda aimed at rebuilding and reviving the peaceful life in its liberated territories, including the return of all IDPs, as well as the soonest completion of peace treaty negotiations with Armenia. We are also promoting the restoration of rights of the Western Azerbaijani community, who were forcibly expelled from Armenia over the course of the former conflict. Having said that, we encourage the Korean side to support more actively the peace-building efforts in our region. For instance, Korea's political and financial support to Azerbaijan's demining efforts would be of great significance. Establishment of irreversible peace and reopening communications in the region would grant a big scope of new opportunities for Azerbaijani-Korean cooperation, particularly for involvement of Korean construction and logistic companies. These companies could already benefit from huge economic advantage provided by the Middle Corridor, passing through Azerbaijan. Given the geopolitical challenge of the modern world, this transportation route became the most viable and sustainable one among the land routes due to the political trust and confident cooperation with the brotherly countries in Central Asia, Turkey, and Georgia. Beyond its firm commitment to regional affairs, Azerbaijan is also actively engaging with global affairs while demonstrating leadership. As you know, Azerbaijan is energetically preparing to host COP29 to be held in November 2024 and sparing no effort to make this event a success story in the worldwide cooperation for advancing the climate action. The President Ilham Aliyev declared the year of 2024 as a year of solidarity for a green world to foster momentum on climate action at a national level and beyond. So far, related domains could be new fields of close cooperation with Korea, which has great experience and excellent know-how in sustainable energy and green growth. I strongly believe that today's forum, friendly convened by Hong Kong University of Foreign Studies, will provide solid space for discussing the connections of Azerbaijan and other regional countries with Korea, as well as for analyzing the intra- and interregional circumstances by scientific research for the sake of advancing interstate and people-to-people relations. Concluding my speech, I would like to convey once again my deep appreciation to the host of today's event. Thank you for your attention.
감사합니다, 대사님.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Thank you very much for sharing with us the growing cooperation and cooperation across different fields, in particular the exchanges between the younger generation. I do believe that it will strengthen our collaborative ties. I look forward to the successful hosting of COP29 to be held in November, and Georgia, Turkey, Mongolia. I do hope that we can all walk together with the 5 brother countries of Central Asia. We will now invite His Excellency Alisher from Uzbekistan.
Assalamu alaikum. 안녕하십니까? Your Excellencies, dear Professor Jeong Gi-woong, the chair of today's forum, the heads of the delegations, Your Excellency ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor to participate in this esteemed forum, which has brought together the leading experts of Central Asia and South Korea together. Today we stand at an important moment, reflecting on the successes of our cooperation and envisioning new horizons for the future. The relationship between the Republic of Uzbekistan and the Republic of Korea stands as a remarkable example of successful and evolving cooperation. In 2006, our heads of the states signed a joint declaration on establishing a strategic partnership, and in 2019, this bond was elevated to a special strategic partnership. This trajectory reflects the depth of trust and shared values between our nations. Our economic cooperation has been particularly fruitful. In 2023, the trade turnover between Uzbekistan and South Korea exceeded the $2.3 billion. South Korean investments in Uzbekistan have surpassed $7.5 billion, fueling the growth of over 700 enterprises with South Korean capital in our country. This number underscores the strength of our economic partnership, but more importantly, they signify the trust and confidence the South Korean investors have placed in Uzbekistan's future. Beyond economics, education and science form a cornerstone of our bilateral relations. The establishment of branches from 4 prominent South Korean universities in Uzbekistan, such as INA and AJU, illustrates our shared commitment to cultivating future leaders and innovators. With over 14,000 Uzbek students currently studying in South Korea, we are witnessing the development of a new generation that will drive the future of our nations. Additionally, collaborative projects between our research institutes and universities continue to enhance scientific potential and foster innovation, ensuring our place in the global knowledge economy. Our cooperation extends further, touching upon one of the most pressing global challenges, climate change. Together, Uzbekistan and South Korea are engaged in joint environmental projects focused on combating climate change, mainly in addressing both the causes and the effects of the crisis in the Aral Sea basin. We call for stronger collaboration within the multi-partner Human Security Trust Fund for the Aral Sea region in Uzbekistan under the UN umbrella. Our cultural exchanges further cement the friendship between our people. The presence of the vibrant Korean diaspora, Koryoin people, of over 180,000 in Uzbekistan is a testament to our deep-rooted connections. This is the largest Korean community in Central Asia and the 5th largest in the world. These strong people-to-people ties are the bridge of our understanding and goodwill between our nations. Next, tourism is another priority area of cooperation. In 2023, more than 35,000 Korean tourists visited Uzbekistan, drawn to the rich historical and cultural heritage of our country. Daily direct flights between our capitals make travel easier, fostering not only tourism, but also business exchange that contribute to the growth of both our economies. Dear friends, Tashkent has always recognized the immense potential in further expanding our bilateral relations. The recent 3-day visit of President Yoon Suk-yeol to Uzbekistan in June 2024 was a historic moment, broadening the horizons of our cooperation and outlining new areas for deepening our partnership. During the top-level talks, our leaders reaffirmed their commitment to enhancing trade and investment, ensuring favorable conditions for businesses, and developing a strategic program to create a regional high-tech hub in Uzbekistan. This initiative encompasses collaboration in critical sectors such as semiconductors, chemistry, mechanical engineering, smart agriculture, infrastructure, urban planning, and green energy. These are the industries of the future, and our joint efforts will pave the way for sustainable growth and technological advancement. President Yoon also highlighted the vast untapped opportunities for further expanding our mutual beneficial partnership. Today, we can confidently state that Uzbek-South Korean relations have progressed significantly, evolving into a special strategic partnership that benefits both nations and contributes to the well-being of our people. In this context, we strongly believe that simplifying the visa procedures and enhancing people-to-people connections will further strengthen our ties across all areas of cooperation. Your Excellencies, last year we had the distinct honor for hosting the 3rd forum in Uzbekistan, which yielded very productive discussions. And the conclusions drawn from the Tashkent Forum greatly influenced the agenda of President Yoon Suk-yeol's Central Asia tour in June 2024. I'm confident that today's forum will serve as a similarly effective platform for the exchange of ideas, perspectives on South Korea policy directions with the countries of Central Asia. I look forward to the insights and dialogue that will emerge from the distinguished participants gathered today here. I wish you all a successful and meaningful event filled with fruitful discussions among the leading think tanks that will help shape our shared future. Thank you very much. 대단히 감사합니다.
감사합니다, 대사님. 지난
Thank you very much. Thank you for mentioning that the 3rd forum has been reflected into the agenda of President Yoon Suk-yeol's visit to Central Asia. And thank you also for mentioning the special strategic partnership signed between our two countries. In particular, 140 14,000 Uzbek students are currently studying in South Korea, and I do believe that they will play a pivotal role in our bilateral collaboration. Thank you for mentioning cooperations in many areas, including climate change, and thank you for mentioning the Korean diaspora in Uzbekistan.
Next, let me invite His Excellency Ambassador Papasquov for his remarks.
안녕하십니까. Good morning. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let me start by expressing sincere gratitude to the Hankook University of Foreign Studies and its Center for International Area Studies for organizing today's important forum. As Ambassador of Georgia to the Republic of Korea, I appreciate the opportunity to engage in meaningful dialogue and exchange of ideas under the very fitting motto of today's Culture and Strategies Forum, Walking Together in Seoul 2024. Indeed, to slightly paraphrase the African saying, we need to walk together if we want to go far. It is therefore important that we continue to seek close solidarity and mutually beneficial cooperation, not least in the era of return of great competition, as our today's forum suggests. Located at the crossroads of different civilizations, Georgia had always strived to pursue and develop amicable relations with neighboring countries and beyond, while fostering an environment for peaceful coexistence and development of various cultures. Since regaining independence in 1991, Georgia has developed excellent bilateral ties and today enjoys exemplary relations with all our neighboring countries, with the exception of Russia. Coincidentally, it also happens to be our northern neighbor, which continues attempts to undermine Georgia's sovereignty and territorial integrity by illegally occupying integral parts of Georgia, the Abkhazia and Tskhinvali regions. Herewith, I would like to express deep gratitude to the Republic of Korea and to all the countries present here today for their unwavering support of Georgia's territorial integrity and sovereignty within its internationally recognized borders. Using the opportunity, let me also express Georgia's continued strong solidarity and support to Ukraine and its people in the ongoing illegal and brutal war from Russia. At the same time, in view of the developments in this part of the world for the past year now, Georgia joins and shares international community's deep concerns regarding increased military cooperation between Russia and North Korea and its potential implications for global security. In this regard, we underscore the importance of upholding the UN Security Council resolutions and their pivotal role in preserving stability in the region. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, amidst complex geopolitical tensions which no doubt affect all of our countries, fostering international cooperation, solidarity, and partnership among like-minded states, underpinned by our common goal to ensure peace, prosperity, and stability, is more crucial than ever. Being strategically located at the crossroads of Europe and Asia, Georgian government has made enhanced connectivity as a priority of our domestic agenda and has been working with our international partners and international financial institutions to transform our country into a regional transport, logistics, and digital hub. With the ever-growing importance of diversifying and expanding east-west trade, the Middle Corridor crossing Georgia is becoming a viable alternative to existing routes connecting Europe and Asia. With enhanced infrastructure capabilities, streamlined processes, and competitive costs, the importance of this corridor is growing. In recent years, significant investments were made to upgrade Georgia's roads, railways, and airports, as well as to develop new transport infrastructure projects. These include the Black Sea Submarine Cable Electricity Cable Project, which will create transit opportunities and back-to-back trade options of green and renewable energy between the EU and the South Caucasus via Georgia. While improved ferry feeder connections in the Black Sea will enhance the international transit through the Middle Corridor. The development of the Anaklia deep sea port will increase Georgia's capabilities to ship large quantities of cargoes. We're dedicated to enhancing our regional role for maritime competitiveness with an initially projected 600,000 containers capacity per year. Furthermore, an underwater fiber optic cable in the Black Sea will ensure fast internet connectivity from Southeast Europe to South Caucasus, delivering faster and more reliable internet connections to our residents. Our government is enhancing air connectivity through the construction of a new international airport in Tbilisi as well, which will function as a top-tier transportation hub, solidifying Georgia's position as a significant participant in the aviation sector. Acknowledging the growing energy demand and the urgency of addressing climate change, we are proactively exploring new initiatives within the renewable energy sector. These include hydropower, wind, solar, and other sustainable sources. Key pipelines across Georgia, including Baku-Tbilisi-Ceyhan and Baku-Supsa oil and Baku-Tbilisi-Erzurum gas pipelines, ensure secure transportation of hydrocarbons from Central Asia to Europe. In this region, Georgia attaches utmost importance to deepening and enhancing bilateral ties with the Republic of Korea, a robust democracy and one of the most advanced innovative countries. Georgia applauds and appreciates Korea's assumed greater international role under President Yoon Suk-yeol's global pivotal state vision and is determined to continue to strengthen this partnership underpinned by shared values and interests. We therefore welcome the Korean government's decision to elevate the status of the Office of the Embassy in Tbilisi to that of the full-fledged residence embassy at the end of this year. Moreover, I'm delighted to highlight the solid progress we have achieved together with our Korean counterparts in our talks on two important economic agreements, the Georgia-Korea Economic Partnership Agreement and the Agreement on Promotion and Protection of Investments between Georgia and Korea, which we aim to conclude already this year. We have indeed achieved substantial progress in the past 30+ years of our diplomatic ties in many areas of mutual interest, including political, economic, people-to-people ties, as well as culture and tourism. However, there is still a tremendous untapped potential, especially in trade, economic, culture, education fields, and people-to-people exchanges in the years to come, and Georgia is willing and stands ready to work closely with our Korean side towards that end. I thank you. 감사합니다.
감사합니다, 대사님.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. He talks about the important role that Korea is playing, and as he mentioned, we can go farther if we walk together. Freedom, prosperity, and peace are the common values, and for the stability in the region, we need to implement the UN resolutions. And as a hub, Georgia is contributing to peace and prosperity of the region. Thank you.
Next, we would like to invite His Excellency Ambassador Nurgali from Kazakhstan.
안녕하십니까. 반갑습니다.
Nice to meet you.
Well, Mr. Kang Jung-young, head of the HK Plus National Research Project Agency, Mr. Jung Gi-woong, vice head of the same agency, distinguished guests, fellow ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen, it's a delight for me to be here, to be seeing you, all of you, in this wonderful place in the heart of Seoul and during this wonderful weather. So welcome to Seoul, to walk together with us and celebrate, embrace this friendship that's happily existing between our countries. Using this opportunity, I would like to also express my gratitude to HK Plus and also HOOFS for organizing a Central Asia arts exhibition in the center of Seoul just recently. I was happily part of it along with my fellow colleagues, and it deserves the appreciation from our side. Thank you so much. And also, I was happy to deliver a presentation in front of the students at HOOFS last year. It was a wonderful experience for me because we had this chance of presenting Kazakhstan, also beyond Kazakhstan, Central Asian countries together, and exchange ideas how we can propel this already flourishing relationship even further. Today's theme of this forum is facing the new era, seeking supranational solidarity in the return of great power competition, also in walking in Seoul. So what's great about this relationship is that we are not just talking the talk, but also walking the walk. So just recently, President Yoon Suk-yeol visited Central Asia and proved to everybody, everyone, all the scholars and think tanks that Central Asia is very close to Korea. When you say Central Asia, it's just not this 5 Central Asian countries, but K-Silk Road region. Silk Road region that is very close to Korea. That's why we have the ambassadors of Mongolia, Azerbaijan, Georgia, in addition to Central Asian countries, and plus Turkey also, duly represented here. Because when we think of Central Asia, it's not just 5 countries, but we are linguistically, civilizationally, very much linked to all the countries who are represented here. So these organizers have done a great justice to bringing together all of us to celebrate this friendship, and also bring all the representatives of think tanks, researchers, and also UNESCO. And thank you so much for doing this, and I'm very much happy to acknowledge the presence of Alua Zholdobalina, Deputy Director of Kazakhstan Institute for Strategic Studies, who came from Astana, and also Aygul Khalafova, UNESCO Regional Office in Almaty, and who also arrived here directly from Almaty. And in this context, wanted to say that we have 15 flights a week directly linked to Seoul from Almaty and also Astana. In fact, the Astana flight was launched just after the successful visit of President Yoon Suk-yeol, and it was one of the outcomes of this wonderful, highly successful visit, in addition to K-Silk Road strategy. And we've heard a lot about K-Silk Road strategy today in the morning, and I fully support those ideas, and we stand together with Korean and other Central Asian countries to implement it to the fullest. Just for some people who are not aware of it, I just wanted to identify 2 or 3 elements about this K-Silk Road strategy. Number 1, it stands road, it stands R means resources, so it means that Central Asia is rich in resources, and there is a natural synergy between Korea's high technology, intensified economy and our resource-rich economy, so there is a complementarity there. O stands for ODA, so it means that we have a lot to learn from Korea, and Korea is very much happy to provide ODA assistance to Central Asian countries. A stands for accompany. Accompany means bringing the project, accompanying it to the fullest, implementing it to the fullest, also sharing this traditions and also values that we have. In Central Asia, we have Korea Saram community, 120,000 is also in Kazakhstan, and youth to youth and Korean ethnic roots people, they could come here easily and celebrate this relationship, and that's part of A as well. D stands for drive, driving this relationship through better mechanisms, such as government-to-government institutions, summits, forums like this, and many other mechanisms. So it completes road, R-O-A-D, Silk Road. And so we have this relationship that's coming up in the future, which is very exciting, and C5+K summit that we are all expecting next year is going to be another great milestone for our relations, for our countries to work on. And I hope that today's forum will generate a lot of ideas and thought-provoking exchange of proposals, many others that we can put on paper, come up and enrich the agenda of this next year's summit. And my president, President Kassym-Jomart Tokayev, is fully committed to attending this summit, and he's publicly endorsed the idea when President Yoon Suk-yeol visited Astana recently. And also, we have, since we have so many ambassadors here from our region, I wanted to say that we've been part of this organization of Turkic states. And Central Asia means many of them are Turkic states, plus, of course, Tajik brothers. Tajikistan is included in C5. And organization of Turkic states includes Azerbaijan and Turkey as well. And also, we have SICA. SICA is the Kazakhstan's foreign policy initiative, Conference on Interaction and Confidence Building Measures in Asia, and we are happily handing over the chairmanship from our side to Azerbaijan, and my friend, ambassador of Azerbaijan, is fully aware of it, and we're gonna do lots of work together next year. And wanted to say also that yesterday we had a referendum on whether we should build this nuclear power plant in Kazakhstan or not. So yesterday we had this polling station in our embassy, and it was very successful in terms of technicalities, providing logistical support for our citizens to vote, exercise their democratic right. And it shows that Kazakhstan is developing and its democracy. And also, if approved, that nuclear power plant would pave the way for more opportunities in international cooperation. And in terms of importance of Korea to Kazakhstan, it's our fourth largest trade partner with 6 billion trade turnover between our two countries. And also fifth largest investor in Kazakhstan. Total Korean FDI in Kazakhstan has been $10 billion and generating 740 companies with the Korean capital in Kazakhstan. So I think that this kind of initiatives and this kind of fora is very important, and it's been wonderful to listen to my colleagues and also to the to the keynote speeches today, and it was wonderful to listen to the learned scholars, and I'm sure that during this wonderful event, this fora and seminar and conference, we would have more opportunities to exchange ideas. And I would just wanted to say that as diplomats, we are practitioners. Whatever you put on paper, as scholars, learned scholars, we would be open to implement all of them and build bridges and propel our relationships even further and elevate them to our new heights. Thank you so much. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Thank you very much for emphasizing action at the end of your presentation. Thank you for emphasizing the importance of the relations between Korea and Central Asia, as well as the fact that Central Asia not only includes 5 countries, but across the Silk Road. We include the word the North, and some diplomats ask, why do you call us the North? Well, if I may answer that question, you are located to the west, but in order for us to go to Central Asia, we have to go towards the north. The only way that we can walk to Central Asia is to go through the north direction. And that is why we call Central Asia the North. There is no other reason. So just because of this political reason, we hope that one day we can become unified so that we can walk to Georgia, Azerbaijan, Mongolia, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, and Kirkie. I hope that one day we can actually walk to your countries And that is why we call your countries the North. We ask you for your understanding.
아까 저희가 이 세션 끝나고 포토타임에
And
중간에 혼자
there was some confusion at the photo session, and so we were not able to take a picture with everyone together, but we will take a commemorative photo at the end of session 1. While we prepare to serve lunch, we hope that you will all join us on stage for a commemorative photo.
Let's move on to Ambassador Aida of the Kyrgyz Republic.
이걸요? 네, 감사합니다. 존경하는 강주경 단장님,
Honorable Professor Kang Jun-young
재산 차장님 나가셔도
and Professor Chung Ki-eung,
사무총장님,
Director General Kim Ji-sung,
주한 대사님들과
and ambassadors from the Central Asian region, as well as many distinguished participants. Good morning. I am Ambassador Ismailova Aida of the Kyrgyz Republic to the Republic of Korea.
уважаемый господин Кан Джун Йонг, уважаемый господин Кан Йон Шин, уважаемые господа послы, уважаемые
Honorable
участники сегодняшнего мероприятия.
distinguished guests, ambassadors, colleagues, and ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
Прежде всего, позвольте
First of all,
поприветствовать всех участников мероприятия и
I would like to take this opportunity to welcome all of you to today's forum, and I would also like to express my gratitude to the organizers for the successful hosting of the 4th Culture and Strategies Forum for the Korean Peninsula and the North. Today is a very important platform for discussions, and it is my honor to be able to speak at this prestigious occasion. All our countries have been maintaining friendly relations, and we have been promoting cooperation in economy, culture, and humanitarian endeavors, and we are producing good results.
안 눌리는데? 됐어요. 이걸로 해야 돼요? 네, 알겠습니다. Экономика Кыргызстана сегодня переживает динамический подъем, несмотря на вызовы последних лет.
Even though there were many difficulties, the Kyrgyz economy is recovering well. We have been improving the investment environment, and we've been promoting the small and medium-sized enterprises, and we have also been working to promote innovation in various fields. For the past 3 years, our GDP growth rate has never been below 7%. And this year, up to today, our GDP growth rate is 8.7%. And last year, in 2023, the 1 trillion sum of GDP was surpassed. So that is a large amount of GDP that we were able to produce last year. Recently, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres visited our country, and he acknowledged the potential of the country, and he mentioned that our country is now a fast-moving country with strong push for development, and at the same time, we are working to become one of the top 30 countries in implementation of the SDGs by 2030, so that we can achieve our GDP goal of $30 billion by 2030. Currently, we have China, Russia, Kazakhstan, the Netherlands, and Turkey as our main trading partners. Back in 1992, the Kyrgyz Republic and the Korean government established diplomatic ties, and we were able to open diplomatic missions, and since then we have been promoting cooperation in many different areas. When it comes to trade, investment, and ODA, Korea has been an important economic partner for our country. In 2019, Prime Minister Lee Nak-yeon visited Kyrgyzstan, and in 2022 there was a visit of Minister of Foreign Affairs of Kyrgyzstan to Korea, and the visit of the Speaker of the Parliament of the Kyrgyzstan to Korea in 2023, and the summit meeting on the sidelines of the UN General Assembly last year. And it shows that our two countries have strong commitment to furthering our relations. So in that respect, our people-to-people exchanges have continued to be expanded. In 2024, today, more than 11,000 Kyrgyz people are living in Korea, and we have about 5,500 people working in Korea, as well as 1,500 students. And in our country, we have about 18,000 Koryo people from the Korean roots. And in June 2023, we were able to open direct flight between Bishkek and Seoul, which is expected to promote movement of people, goods, and services. So this is a very important milestone in our relations, because this is a key incentive. This will provide key incentives for trade and exchanges. Starting from June this year, we have more than up to three flights on a weekly basis between our two countries. And for the past couple of years, the bilateral trade volume between the two countries has been growing. And for the past 5 years, between the Kyrgyz Republic and Korea, our trade turnover has increased by more than 15-fold. So this is a very encouraging development. Currently, our trade volume is a record high. And when it comes to the infrastructure, trade, industry, and digitalization, mining, and fiber and fabric, we have seen many important projects to facilitate trade and economic development. So I believe it is critical to continue to keep this momentum. According to the Customs Office of Korea in 2022, the export was not very high, but $370 million of trade was made. And in 2023, the import of goods from Korea to Kyrgyzstan amounted to $1 billion. So this is an increase by more than 300%. And for the first 8 months this year alone, you can see that the import volume has exceeded more than $1 billion. And in August, in Bishkek, there was the IGC meeting for economic cooperation, and the result was very satisfactory. And this was a chance to examine the current status of the cooperative relations between the two countries before the official delegation's visit. And we have seen many achievements in economic development and ODA projects. In the Kyrgyz Republic, we have the KOIKA programs, and according to that program, 16 important projects are underway. And such projects contribute to economic development by promoting development in infrastructure, education, and healthcare. At the same time, we understand that Korea is providing ODA, and we appreciate your assistance. And for a short span of time, 10 projects are underway. And the EDCF project is critical in promoting economic ties between the two countries. And we have also various types of financing or financial assistance provided to our country. And cooperation with the private sector of Korea is expanding as well. One case in point is the BNK Capital. This is a very successful example where BNK is a finance service provider so that we can develop the SME sector. And the non-cash payment and settlement system, or the BC card Kyrgyzstan settlement system, was introduced. And also there was a memorandum of understanding in establishing a joint venture. And many other investment projects have gone underway. And the BC card was able to support non-cash payment system in Kyrgyzstan. And this event was held in July 2023 with the participation of BC Card Korea and the Smart Loan. In this project, this event was held before the signing of the MOU. And as you can see, we were able to officially launch this project with the approval of the Prime Minister. We continue to appreciate the commitment of Korea to official development support, and Kyrgyzstan is already benefiting from the GGGI. And we also are working with the GCF and the Korea Forestry Administration for sustainable development. And we understand that there is global challenge of the climate crisis. So against this backdrop, such a cooperation is critical. Now moving on to tourism. Tourism is an important economic sector and industry for Kyrgyzstan. In our case, we are trying to attract tourists from all over the world because we have abundant natural resources and sightseeing sites. And Korea is an important partner in developing our tourism sector. The Tanjan mountain ridge and the lakes and the Great Silk Road heritage site have been attracting Korean tourists. And now with the direct flight, we will have better environment for tourism. And the new transportation corridor and the network will continue to facilitate people-to-people exchanges, especially in the tourism sector. And I believe that the tourism industry offers good opportunities for Korean companies because we need accommodation facilities, the ski resorts, and healthcare, tourism, complex development. And we also need to expand infrastructure for airports and other transportation facilities. So there's a lot of room for potential development, and I hope that Korean companies will actively participate in these business opportunities. And we also have the cultural route and the ecological route for tourism, and such joint tourism projects will be able to attract more visitors and will be also able to contribute to sustainable development of the Kyrgyz Republic. I'd like to express my words that the 5th World Nomad Games was successfully concluded. And the World Nomad Games were very popular. In 2014, we first held this World Nomad Games in our country. And since then, the World Nomad Games has been an opportunity to celebrate our traditional culture and heritage of the nomad groups. In addition, between our countries, We have been enjoying active participation in humanitarian development. And also in our region, we are strengthening cooperation for better education. Many agreements have been signed for such cooperation so that these agreements will be soon implemented in earnest. Once again, I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me to this forum, and I look forward to further cooperation. Thank you.
감사합니다, 대사님.
Thank you very much. We were able to understand how the Kyrgyz economy is developing rapidly. And in June last year, we finally have the direct flights between the two countries, which will lead to more tourism. And the Kyrgyz president is planning to visit Korea. I hope that this visit will be carried out successfully.
Next, we would like to invite His Excellency Kirom Samaydin from Tajikistan.
Distinguished Mr. Vice Head,
존경하는 부
Dr. Kim Ji-sung, distinguished ambassadors and participants. At the outset, I express my gratitude to Hankook University team for organizing an important and conceptual event. It is a great pleasure for me to be here at today's forum. The Republic of Tajikistan and the Republic of Korea enjoy friendly ties since establishment of diplomatic relations 32 years ago. During this period, we have laid a solid foundation for cooperation based on amity and mutual trust. Historical sources and works of renowned scholars remind us that the people of Central Asia were instrumental in shaping the course of human civilization. From their pivotal role in establishing powerful empires along the Silk Road, to their pioneering advancement in mathematics and astronomy, Central Asia legacy continues to inspire us today. Tajik-Korean people have a deep-rooted friendly ties since the time of the Shilla Kingdom and the finds of the tomb of King Wonson in Gyeongju, as well as the memories of Haecho, Korean Buddhist monk from Shilla period who traveled to Pamir Mountains through Silk Road, provide concrete proofs of enduring friendly ties between our nations. Tajikistan stands ready for strengthening mutually beneficial cooperation with the Republic of Korea in different areas of cooperation, as well as within the framework of C5+ Korea and under the new K-Silk Road initiative. Expanding cultural and academic ties between Tajikistan and the Republic of Korea remains priority alongside our robust trade and economic relations. We envision a future of ever-deepening relations between our countries, leading to greater prosperity and well-being for all of our people. Concluding my remarks, I wish every success to this very important and meaningful event. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Thank you for sharing with us the close ties between our two countries that go back to the Shilla dynasty. And thank you for your comments on the contribution of Central Asia in the world civilization. Thank you very much for your comments. Well, actually, when we first started the forum, the head of our agency has mentioned that there were many events that overlap today. We chose this very day so that we can make sure that this day does not coincide with the national audit at the National Assembly, which is usually at the end of October. And we decided on a date that we hope the president would not be going abroad, but now the president is touring Southeast Asia. And we also have a national audit at the National Assembly. And so we were not able to enjoy the participation of the high-level officials who had accepted our invitation from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I ask you for your understanding. And Turkey was not also able to participate. And so instead of the ambassador, we will be having the participation of Sezai Tolga, who is the first senior counselor at the Turkey embassy.
Good morning, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to extend my gratitude for the excellent organization and warm hospitality to the Hankook University and co-organizers of this forum. It's a great honor and pride to stand here today and address you. Dear guests, the relations between Turkey and the Republic of Korea actually has a much longer past than our diplomatic relations, which only dates back to 1957. Our nations have their origins in Asia, and it is believed that at one stage during the Turkish Göktürk and Korean Goguryeo kingdoms, we were neighbors to each other on the Manchurian plains. That is maybe why we both belong to the Ural-Altay language family and have striking cultural and social similarities. Later on, although we, the Turks, had decided to turn west and settle down in Anatolia, there always have been contacts between the Turks and the Koreans over the ancient Silk Road, who have lived on the western and eastern ends of this ancient trade route. Eventually, we got connected again during the bitter Korean War of 1950-53. Turkish soldiers fought bravely during the Korean War under the United Nations flag for the freedom and independence of their Korean friends against aggression and occupation. Around 1,000 young Turkish soldiers and officers lost their lives during the 3 years of the war. Our soldiers did not only fight against aggressors, but undertook considerable healthcare, cultural, and social relief work during the war, such as opening of the Ankara School, which operated until the late 60s for the orphans of the war. I'm very proud to underline the fact that our sacrifices and contributions during and after the war have never been forgotten by the noble Korean people. Today we see each other as brother countries and proudly call each other as blood brothers. Our ties have grown even stronger as time passed since the war. In the recent decades, relations between Turkey and Korea have flourished and became more diversified, covering almost all areas. We are now strategic partners. Both countries have also become influential powers in their own regions and beyond. We are working together for a better world in various fora, such as the G20 and MIKTA. Dear guests, during the 101 years of the Republic of Turkey, the motto of the founder of our republic, Kemal Atatürk, peace at home, peace in the world, has always guided Turkish foreign policy. On this understanding, Turkey participated actively in the United Nations efforts to restore and maintain peace and stability in many regions of the world. Our contribution during the Korea War is an example of this principled stance. Upon the United Nations call, Turkey was among the first countries which took the decision to send troops to the Korean Peninsula. This year, we commemorate the 71st anniversary of the Korean War Armistice Agreement. We sincerely wish peace and stability to prevail long-lastingly on the Korean Peninsula. However, we are living in an era of uncertainty where there are many regional and global problems which transcend the borders, such as terrorism, irregular migration, cyber attacks, communicable diseases, set aside the recent unfortunate course of events and Israeli aggression in the Middle East. Strengthening cooperation and dialogue among our countries, both on bilateral levels and multilateral platforms, is more important than ever. I firmly believe that the useful discussions we will have during the course of this important meeting will serve as a useful platform. In concluding my words, let me once more thank warmly to all who have contributed to the organization of this wonderful forum. Thank you very much. Ansamida.
감사합니다. 1등 참사.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sincere. And he emphasized the long-lasting friendly relations between Turkey and Korea that goes all the way back to the Goguryeo dynasty and the sacrifice of the Turkish soldiers during the Korean War. And through MIGTA and G20, Turkey and Korea are working hard together. And I hope that you will continue to have successful diplomatic relations. And we desperately need to work together for better peace and stability on the Korean Peninsula. Peace, freedom, and prosperity are the common values that we all need to cherish, we all need to protect. And for that very reason, we're gathered here at this forum, and it requires the effort of the entire international community. Once again, I'd like to express my deep gratitude to 8 diplomatic representatives and ambassadors. Thank you very much. With that, I'd like to conclude the first session.
아까 말씀드린 것처럼
As we have
세션에서
mentioned,
참석하지 못하신 분들을 위해
for those of you who
그 앞에서 모두 함께 기념
were not
촬영을 하는
able
시간을
to
갖겠습니다.
participate in the commemorative photo before, we would like to have a commemorative photo inviting everyone to the stage. Following the commemorative stage, we will have a performance by All String. They are a crossover performance team inviting cello, kayagum, and yanggong. The last two are traditional Korean instruments. And they will be playing for us the OST from the Game of Thrones, as well as a song from BTS titled Butter. And so we would like to first invite everyone to the stage for a commemorative photo before the performance. Thank you.
자, 좋습니다. 여기 보시고요. 그대로 볼게요. 테스트. 좋습니다. 여기 보시고요. 자, 얼굴 좀 최대한 보이게 이렇게 서주시고요. 얼굴 안 보이시는 분들. 자, 단장님 고개 좀 이렇게 하시고요. 자, 됐습니다. 여기 보시고요. 그대로 가겠습니다. 좋습니다. 하나, 둘, 셋. 한 번 더 여기 보시고 조금만 웃어주세요. 자, 좋습니다. 그대로 하나, 스마일. 하나, 둘. 한 번 더. 하나, 둘. 한 번 더요. 하나. 좋습니다. 하나, 둘, 셋. 자, 파이팅 한번 해주시고 그 마지막에 할게요. 좋습니다. 그대로 좋습니다. 하나, 둘, 셋. 한 번만 더요. 하나, 둘, 셋. 네, 됐습니다.
사람들이 저쪽으로 이름표를 지금 다 안 넣어가지고 Okay. So after the performance, we'll have lunch, and please be seated. You can find your name on the round table. The name of the performance team is All String. Mr. Ambassador. No, I know. But you're representing your country. There's your seat. Yeah, there's a seat at the, yeah. We seem sure. Here.
Thank you.
Yeah. 시작하기 전에 그냥 공명은 한국말로 그냥 뭐 하겠다라고 말씀해 주시면 됩니다. 네. 오른쪽 분한테 드릴까요? 네, 공명 여기 이따가 시작하기 전에 간단하게 소개하셔도 됩니다. 알아듣든 말든 그냥.
그렇죠. 팀입니다. 정도까지만 해. 네.
네, 안녕하세요.
Good
저희는
morning.
올스트링입니다.
We are all
저희는
string.
가야금,
We play kayagum, yangum, and a cello.
한국 전통의 국악기와
And so we
서양악기의
combine
조화로
traditional
협업이
Korean
되는
instruments with a
첫 번째
Western
곡으로
instrument
왕자의
to
게임의
conduct a
OST,
harmony. Our first song is from the
음악
OST of the Game of
들려드리겠습니다.
Thrones.
네, 저희는 이렇게 한국 전통 국악기와 첼로, 서양악기의 조화로 이렇게 음악을 만들어내고 있습니다. 다음 곡으로 들려드릴 곡은 너무 글로벌한 팀의 곡인데요. BTS의 버터라는 곡을 준비해봤고요. 간단하게 악기 소개를 잠깐 해드릴까 합니다. 저희가 가운데 있는 악기는 흔하지 않은 악기예요. 양금이라고 하는 우리나라 전통 국악기입니다. 그래서 많은 분들에게 이렇게 좀 보여드리고 싶어서 오늘 이렇게 가운데에 앉히게 됐습니다. 네, 그리고 제 반대편 오른쪽에 보이시는 악기는 가야금인데 원래 가야금은 12줄, 이제는 좀 개량이 요즘 곡들을 연주하기 위해서 25현, 25줄의 현을 가지고 있습니다. 그리고 제가 들고 있는 건 첼로입니다. 네. 그래서 저희 다음 곡 버터 들려드리면서 저희 인사하겠습니다. 감사합니다. 네, 어떻게 좀 잘 재밌게 들으셨나요? 네, 네, 감사합니다. 저희는 올스트링이었습니다. 감사합니다.
한국말로 보나요? 네. 안녕하십니까?
Good afternoon. I am Han Seok-ki, President of the Institute for National Security Strategy. Let us begin session 2. The session is supposed to start at 1:30 p.m. and it will last for 2 hours. The title of the session is Strategic Dialogue, and the sub-theme is Political, Economic, Social, Cultural, Diplomatic, and Security Issues to be discussed between the ROK and participating countries, which means that we are here to engage in discussions on a wide variety of topics, including politics, economy, society, culture, diplomacy, and security. So we will have very wide discussions, and we have 3 keynote presentations and 2 panel members. The first keynote presentation will be prepared and delivered by Dr. Eldor, and the second presenter is Deputy Director Alua, and the third one is Director Khairidin, and then we will have Dr. Chung Tae-in and Dr. Ha Jung-min for panel discussions. I'd like to give each keynote presenter 15 minutes, and the panel members, they will have each 10 minutes for their initial discussion. Let me now invite Dr. Eldor from Uzbekistan. He is currently serving as the director of the Institute for Strategic and Regional Studies from Uzbekistan. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a great challenge to speak after the lunchtime because everyone tends to fall asleep, but I will try. Dr. Seok-ki Han, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the director of the Center for International and Area Studies at the Hankook University of Foreign Studies, Mr. Kang Jun-young, for the invitation and the opportunity to speak in today's very important event. In my brief speech, I would like to touch upon the current relations between Korea and Central Asia states and identify the most promising areas for cooperation. Historically, since the times of the Great Silk Road, the Central Asian region always has been at the crossroads of interests of world powers. This has been the cause of many wars and conflicts. However, the peoples living on that vast territory of the region were able to benefit from their position, skillfully balancing, preserving their identity, but absorbing the positive influence of different foreign cultures, developing trade, and supporting the exchange of new ideas and knowledges, consolidating in defending their common interests. All this is now firmly embedded in the modern, I would say, genetic code of the Central Asian states. Realizing the importance of the region's openness to mutually beneficial cooperation with all interested outside forces, standing for deepening inter-regional integration, avoiding being drawn into various geopolitical confrontations, Central Asia has been transformed today into a stable, sustainable, and consolidated region. As a result, over the last 7 years, there has been a stable growth of regional economic indicators. The GDP of Central Asian countries grew up by 6%. Intra-regional trade increased 4.5 times. Mutual investments almost doubled. In turn, the foreign trade turnover of the states of the region has more than doubled, and the volume of attracted foreign investments has doubled and reached more than $50 billion. And by 2050, population of the region is going to grow up up to 100 million people. The new Central Asia is becoming a point of attraction for world powers and leading states, including South Korea. But it is important to mention that ties between Korea and Central Asia have historical roots that go back centuries, and previous speakers already mentioned that. Vivid evidence of this is paintings discovered during excavations of the Afrasiab site in Samarkand, which depicted ambassadors of the ancient courier state which existed at the beginning of the first millennium AD. Since those times, our peoples have developed deep mutual understanding and trust, which have become a solid foundation for building mutually beneficial cooperation. It is difficult to underestimate the enormous contribution that SEOUL has made to the modernization of the economies of the Central Asian states. Thanks to Korean investments, such industries as automobile manufacturing, chemicals, oil and gas, information and communications, and many others received a dynamic impetus for the development. With the assistance of the Korea International Cooperation Agency, various socially significant projects have been begun to implemented in the region. Since the establishment of diplomatic relations, trade turnover between the Central Asian countries and South Korea has increased, just imagine, 730 times. And total accumulated Korean investments in the region has exceeded $18 billion. At the same time, cultural and humanitarian ties are actively developing, where the most important component is the large Korean diaspora in the countries of, living in the countries of Central Asia and numbering over 300,000 people. In turn, today the youth of the region observe with the great interest and become familiar with Korean culture, which has gained enormous popularity, starting from the learning the language to listening to music and watching Korean movies. The institutionalization of our dialogue has played a significant role in achieving such high level of cooperation between our countries. Korea was one of the first countries to establish the Central Asia Plus format in 2007, which continues to make a significant contribution to the sustainable development and implementation of important socio-economic projects in our region. The new cooperation initiative, K-Silk Road, presented during the recent visit of the South Korean leader to Central Asia, is a clear demonstration of SEOUL's commitment to building a long-term cooperation with our region. This is also confirmed by the South Korea's decision to hold the first summit of leaders in the Central Asia Plus format in Seoul in 2025. Dear colleagues, the level of cooperation achieved is of course impressive, but it absolutely does not reflect the enormous potential that our countries have accumulated. The share of Central Asia in South Korea's foreign trade turnover is less than 1%. Even for the countries of the region, the volume of trade with SEOUL is not high and is at the level of 4% of the total. It seems to us that the dynamic transformation of Central Asia opens up completely new and untapped opportunities for Korea. Today, the states of the Central Asia demonstrate a strong determination to move further towards closer cooperation and express their readiness to create new way of economic development in the region based on the use of competitive advantages and complementarity of economies. In this regard, I consider as a priority to identify new common grounds and develop specific proposals in order to significantly strengthen multilateral interaction. In my opinion, it is reasonable to emphasize our interaction in the following key areas. First, the development of industrial cooperation based on the transfer of South Korean experience and technologies, as well as the use of the production and huge resources potential of Central Asian countries. In this context, we could consider adopting a regional program on technological partnership and industrial cooperation. Second, building sustainable and secure supply chains. Considering the ambitious and long-term goal of the Republic of Korea to achieve global leadership in the development of strategic technologies by 2030, Central Asian countries can act as a reliable partner in creating stable supply chains in the field of critical rare earth minerals. Third, increasing environmental sustainability and adapting to climate change. The negative effects of climate change are felt most acutely in Central Asia, where the average annual temperature has increased by almost 1.5 degrees over the past 30 years. It is 2 times higher than average in the world. According to our calculations, by 2050, the shortage of fresh water in Central Asia could lead to a drop in GDP of the region by 11%. Given all the social, economic, and environmental factors, cooperation with South Korea on climate change adoption is of particular importance. Countries of Central Asia will be interested in the joint development of renewable energy resources, the implementation of modern water-saving and environmentally friendly technologies. Fourth, human capital development. The educational sphere should become an anchor area of cooperation, which will allow increasing interaction in personal training based on the best practices and standards of South Korea. Uzbekistan already has a positive experience of cooperation in this area. Today, branches of 4 South Korean universities are successfully operating in our country: Inha, Puchon, Aju, as well as the Korean International University. Fifth, expanding cooperation in the field of labor migration. Against the backdrop of the growing demographic crisis in South Korea, Central Asia can act as an important supplier of labor resources, given its increasing population growth and high level of education. Taking this into account, it seems important to work out programs related to expanding the areas where the labor of foreign citizens can be used, as well as improving measures for the professional and language training of our citizens wishing to work in South Korea. Sixth, strengthening cultural and humanitarian ties. An invaluable asset in this regard is the large Korean diaspora living in the Central Asian countries and numbering over 300,000 people. It is a connecting bridge and reliable foundation for the special nature of relations between Korea and the Central Asian countries. In this context, we propose to launch an annual forum of the network of Korean diaspora in Central Asia, with the active assistance of national Korean cultural centers in the countries of the region. This will contribute both the preservation of the national identity of Koreans living in our region and the further strengthening of the bonds of friendship, cohesion, and mutual understanding between our peoples. Thank you for your attention.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much for your keynote presentation.
아리포프 선생님께서는
Director
사실 우즈베키스탄에서 오셨음에도
Aripov
불구하고
Eldor,
오늘
you're from
발표는
Uzbekistan,
중앙아시아와
but
한국과의
his keynote speech covered cooperation and relations between Central Asia and Korea, not just relations between Uzbekistan and Korea. Well, he's talking about how Central Asia has been evolving and has been improving in many different ways. So the new Central Asia has abundant natural resources, including mining resources and oil and gas. So, in this regard, institutionalized cooperation between the Central Asia and Korea should be facilitated. And he made 6 specific suggestions and recommendations which are very practical, and I believe they can be implemented. And he also mentioned that Central Asia wishes to learn from Korea and is interested in building the supply chain network together, and also he's talking about education and human labor exchanges and how we can expand cooperation in the field of labor and migration, which means that there is an abundant labor resources in Central Asia. They can come to Korea and be trained and work and contribute to the job market. And he also mentioned about people-to-people and humanitarian exchanges utilizing the Korean diaspora living in the Central Asian region. Before the session started, when I just arrived at the venue, I had a short conversation with Dr. Eldor, and he expressed his strong will and interests in promoting exchanges between Korea and Uzbekistan. So our institute is interested in expanding exchanges and cooperation with his institute. So I believe that this will facilitate exchanges between the two regions. Thank you.
The second presentation will be by Deputy Director Aldovira Alua, and he is a Deputy Director at the Kazakhstan Institute for Strategic Studies under the President, and he received his doctorate degree from the National University, and he will be presenting the second keynote presentation. I was not able to read your text because it was written in Russian, so we will continue with our dialogue after the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги. Добрый день, уважаемые участники сегодняшнего форума. В первую очередь я хотела бы поблагодарить
Distinguished participants, dear colleagues, first of all, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Center for International Regional Studies at Tufts for this opportunity and honor to speak at this forum. We are here to discuss the future cooperation between Central Asia and Korea. It's a great pleasure to join you today. This year, the Korean government presented the K-Silk Road, and this is the first initiative for Central Asia, which covers economic, political, and human-to-human exchanges. Already, economically and socially, we have created many successful exchanges. But today, I would like to focus on some potential areas for future cooperation, as well as the future direction for our cooperation. I will be covering 4 different fields. First is creative industry. Then we will be covering urban development, esports, and stock exchanges. In these 4 areas, I do believe that we will be able to look forward to future cooperation because it holds great potential. First, let's cover creative industries. I do believe that this is one of the most important areas for cooperation because a foundation already exists. Let me talk about some data points. In Central Asia, this is an area that is developing very quickly. This is about Uzbekistan. There are over 9,300 registered companies in Uzbekistan, and there are over 100 design centers, 60 animation centers, and 30 game development centers. And every year, the National University graduates 9,300 students in the fields of communication, urban studies, hospitality economy, and marketing. In terms of Kazakhstan, we are also seeing a development of the creative industry. In 2023, we established a special department for the development of creative industries under the Ministry of Culture, Sports, of the Republic of Kazakhstan, and we also established an International Center for Creative Industries. Concerning Kyrgyzstan, from 2022, a special council under the president was formed. And the experience of Korea's development in the creative industries will be very important for Central Asia. During the last 10 years, Korea has risen from number 18 to number 6 in terms of the Global Innovation Index, and Korea has long been a leader in science and technology. South Korea is a country that has developed its creative industry, and there are many possible projects that can be conducted between Korea and Central Asia. In particular, Korea established KOKA for creative contents, and KOKA has conducted various successful projects. Second, I would like to talk about urban development and urban planning, especially focusing on smart cities. This is an area with great potential. It is expected that by 2035, according to the report by the Eurasian Development Bank, the urban population of Central Asia will increase from 39 million to 45 million. And that will cover 49% of the population of Central Asia. And related to urban development, we look forward to learning from the experience of Korea. For example, smart meters, smart street lighting, smart parking systems, automated improvement for traffic flows during rush hours. All these innovations will not only optimize energy consumption, but make everyday life more convenient. And by utilizing the experience of South Korea, we hope that this will serve as a bridge for cooperation between South Korea and Central Asia. Korea has experience in developing smart cities, for example, in Songdo and Sejong, and the first Sejong International Smart City Forum was also held in Korea. The concept of smart cities is being developed by many Central Asian countries. Related to smart cities, we wish to introduce advanced technologies, and we also look forward to development in the smart city area. The third industry that I would like to take a look at is esports. Well, esports may not be an area that we focus on normally, but I do believe that cooperation between the youth will maintain the development of esports. And people-to-people exchanges will be very active in esports. And so I believe that esports will play a pivotal role in the future. According to statistics, we can see why we need to focus on esports, because in Kazakhstan, today, about 2 to 3 million people are interested in mobile games. Mobile games is becoming very popular in Kazakhstan. As I mentioned before, 2 to 3 million young people either play esports or watch streamings of esports. And we are seeing that these numbers are increasing. This is a commonality between Central Asia and South Korea, and I believe that this is something that we can develop together. PUBG Mobile is very popular these days. In Kyrgyzstan, many athletes are playing PUBG Mobile. As of 2022, PUBG Mobile has already created a large market. Currently, Korea's share of the global market stands at 7.6%, and for the first time, the domestic gaming market surpassed the 20 trillion mark. And next, I would like to talk about the stock exchange. This will be a new and interesting area for cooperation between Central Asia and Korea. As of 2022, the stocks owned by foreigners in relation to the total market capitalization of South Korea was about 27.5%, and the KRX portion of foreigners is very high in Korea. The Korea Fund is currently playing an important role in our country. And traditionally, we do see that people of our country are more active in investing in Western shares, especially in the US. But we look forward to conducting new projects related to the Korea exchange. And I do believe that this will translate into new demands. In Kazakhstan, we are seeing that exchanging South Korean securities are quite new, but in Uzbekistan, there has been an exchange that has been established, and this covers about 200 or so listed companies. Those between the ages of 18 to 30 are very active in investing in the stock market. And so I do believe that there will be more interest in Korean shares. And as we have already heard from previous presentations, we need to accompany each other and grow together. And I hope that we can work on the creative industry, esports, and stock exchanges together so that we can continue to create interesting development projects. Thank you. Thank you very much. We have just heard from Kazakhstan, and you talked about the K-Silk Road first, and the presentation also covered promising areas, and that was indeed a very creative presentation. You covered 4 different areas. First was the creative industry. Well, the creative industry may sound a little bit unfamiliar to us, but I do believe that this will be an area for active cooperation in the future. And so Kazakhstan is creating a government agency so that they can facilitate the cooperation of the creative industry. And the presenter also talked about how we can have collaboration in this area. Next is urban cooperation and urban development, focusing on smart cities. Learning from the Korean experience of smart cities will facilitate the growth of smart cities in Central Asia. The third area is esports, and esports will cover collaboration between the youth. Well, mobile games are also very popular in Korea as well, and so we have heard that collaboration with Korea will lead to the growth of the esports industry in Central Asia as well. 27.5% of the shares traded on the Korean exchange are owned by foreigners, and based on the statistics, the presenter talked about how we can continue to work on fostering cooperation in the stock market as well. So she covered 4 different industries, and we look forward to co-prosperity and development based on these 4 industries. And so thank you for that emphasis on cooperation.
The third presenter, originally, according to the program, was going to be Director Khairuddin of the Center for Strategic Research under the President of the Republic of Tajikistan. But due to flight issues, the director was not able to be here in person. So we will need to conclude the keynote presentations here, but we'll invite the panel members for their discussions right away. Now that we heard the two key presentations, I'd like to now invite the panelists for their remarks. We have two panel members. The first one is Dr. Chung Tae-in, and he's a member of the Diplomatic Archives compilation, and he belongs to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He served as Korea's ambassador to Turkmenistan, and he has extensive experience in diplomacy. And he is known to have a particularly good understanding of Central Asia. So we're going to invite Dr. Chung for his remarks. Next, we are going to hear from Ha Jung-min, who is in charge of the foreign desk at the Donga Ilbo. The career started in E-Daily, but now is working actively in the Donga Ilbo. So we're going to invite the two panel members. But first, Dr. Chung Tae-in, I'd like to give you 15 to 20 minutes for your initial discussion.
Pleased to meet you. As have been introduced, I am Chung Tae-in. Well, I have worked in Russia and Azerbaijan and India as well, and my final post was ambassador in Turkmenistan. And so I do believe that I have a comprehensive view over Central Asia. We have one less keynote presenter today, and I think I have a little bit more time allocated to my discussion. And so I feel like I am a presenter and a discussant at the same time. We have heard from Central Asia concerning the cooperation between Korea and Central Asia, as well as different industries for cooperation. I would like to create a frame for cooperation. Well, if we take a look at Central Asia, we can call this the Turco-Mongolia belt. This is what it looks like on the map, all the way from Turkey to Mongolia. And what this reminds me of is that there is space between China and Russia. And I will talk about the meaning of this space in between. In other words, China, India, Europe are surrounding this Central Asian area. And so I think Central Asia played a role of being in between these regions. And if you take a look at the red line, when Europe started to travel by sea, then the land roads lost its prestige, and so it became weaker and weaker, and it was surrounded by the Qing dynasty from the east and also the weakening road connection in the west. But in 1991, when the former Soviet Union fell, this is what we see again. We see that this space in between China and Russia becomes more meaningful. And so it would be great if this area could develop, but there are difficulties. Let me talk about the difficulties one by one. The most big difficulty is that there are 3 connected markets, but you can see that it's about 4,000 kilometers from east of China to central China, but there is little economic value. And then it's very far to Russia. And so it actually is in between these areas, but the economic value for just logistics was not very high. So the way from Caspi to Turkey, or through India to from Iran to the Indian Ocean, or going from Afghanistan to the Indian Ocean. The most economic route is to go from India to Iran to Turkmenistan, which is about 1,000 kilometers on land. Then once you cover that 1,000 kilometers, then you can go to any region in the world. And so that really is the core of the Turco-Mongolia belt. And I think that is the difficulty that we have to solve in order to make this area prosperous. Here you can see that these are ancient paintings from Korea and Central Asia as well as Turkey. So we are all of the same language family, and so we have similar languages, which makes it easier for us to learn each other's language. And I talked about the Turco-Mongolia belt, and this culture only exists on that belt. And this is horse archery that exists in this belt only. So you can see Turkey, Turkmenistan, and Korea on the far right. And you can see that this is a culture that only exists across the Turco-Mongolia belt. So archery on a horse. Then here you can see the pictures from ancient Korea. You can see it symbolizes the 4 directions, east, west, south, and north. And you can see that if it's applied to reality, when I was in Turkmenistan, I have visited the Black Desert, and to the left, I can see that from the Osman perspective, the Black Sea was in the north. And in the south, there was the Red Sea. And then there's the White Sea in the west. And so you can see that the colors covered by the seas in the 4 directions of the Osman Empire is the same as the colors symbolized in the Korean painting symbolizing the 4 directions. And I believe that this is a similarity between the Turco-Mongolia belt, and I think that's a commonality that we share in our history and culture. This is from the Shilla dynasty. On the left, we have the golden crown. On the right side, we have the clay figure of the man on a cow. And you can see that we also have the painting of the flying horse. And I believe that this actually depicts the Turco archers on horses, because you can see that they always carry this pot, which is used to eat the dried beef. And why were we able to get this artifact from the Shilla dynasty sites? It's because they say that the Shilla Kim family was originally from Central Asia. So you can see that we have similar roots in Korea and Central Asia. And this is something that I have tried to summarize. So the Kim dynasty in Shilla, we can see that they are from Central Asia according to historical records. And the Sammark, Tashkent of Central Asia, including August Kent. Kent means village, and the name in front of Kent is the name of the people living in that village. Well, Gyeongju used to be called Kumsang, and the Kims, they came from Central Asia, and I think maybe this could have been translated into Alten Kant. And so the name for the city in Central Asia and the name that was used by the Kims in the Shilla dynasty are quite similar. And from the Kims, there are many academic explanations of the title of the king, but the Parks, the Suks, the Kims, they were all migrants that came to the Korean Peninsula during the Shilla dynasty. And I think the title of the king is probably from their original language. Marikan, I asked a Turkish person, has said this means the king from the east in their language. And so ever since the Kims became the emperors in Shilla, they call themselves the Marikan, and I believe that this could have been from Central Asia. And so as you're well aware, this is a picture of envoys during the ancient Koryo dynasty. And this is on the wall painting. So ancient Koreans went all the way to this place in Central Asia. So not only do we have connections, but very deep connections between Korea and Central Asia. And so not only do we have just exchanges, but possibly the same ancestors. So what should be the direction of the ties between Central Asia and Korea in the future? Well, Central Asia and Korea complement each other. Korea has the experience of economic reforms and economic development, and we have accumulated capital and experience from this process. And in Central Asia, or the Turco-Mongolia belt, you have resources and you have a market as well as a great market for investment as well, and you have great manpower. And so I do believe that Korea and Central Asia are not in competition, but rather we have a structure that makes us complement each other. And when we add this together, then Korea and Central Asia, or the Turco-Mongolia belt, because we are from the same family, based on this commonality, we can create an economic structure that complements one another so that we can develop Korea and Central Asia together. And I would like to use the Ricardian interpretation. The economist Ricardo said that the interregional activity, such as a trade of comparative advantages between two regions, is likely to enrich both of them. And if we take that a step further, then Korea and Central Asia, or the Turco-Mongolia belt, if we need to first develop the comparative advantages. What are the comparative advantages? We have heard from the Central Asian representatives, including those advantages. We have to continue to develop the comparative advantages, and when we develop the comparative advantages, as I mentioned before, we need to trade comparative advantages, and we need to have a transport route in order to have trade. And so we have to develop this transport route, and we need to build a relevant infrastructure. And then if we take that a step even further, so we develop the comparative advantage and we have the transport infrastructure, is that the end? What we need on top of that is people and systems that operate this. In 1991, with the fall of the former Soviet Union, many Central Asian countries won their independence. That's 30 years ago. The manpower and the market structure, how well established is it? I believe that it is still in transition. And so, developing comparative advantages, building transport infrastructure, and establishing manpower and institutions are needed. And in order to achieve this, we need to base on the connection between Korea and Central Asia. We need to develop a relationship that complement each other so that we can come up with the ideal combination according to the Ricardian interpretation. And I believe that that should be the direction for our two regions. I do have a few additional suggestions. From next year, we will have the Central Asia ROK Summit. I believe that it will become a regular summit. And I believe it's a great opportunity to be hosting the summits. As you're well aware, in Korea and in the Turco-Mongolia belt, if we take into consideration the culture of these two regions, we need the leaders to meet in order to make decisions and also to have that drive to move forward. And so having a summit is also very important. So we need to make sure that we leverage these summits. Results from today's forum and various activities should be reflected in the future Central Asia ROK summits. And we need to also make sure that we work with the OTS Secretariat. And so we would need a secretariat separately for the ROK Central Asia Summit. Last but not least, we also need to work with the local autonomies. Unlike the central government, the local autonomies, they actually have practical needs for cooperation, and they are able to realize what those needs are. And under the local autonomy, there are groups of people, universities, research centers. We are seeing that in Korea, the areas outside of the Greater Seoul area is declining. And so in order to bounce back, we can collaborate with local autonomies outside of Korea. For example, Almaty, Samarkand, and Gyeongju could collaborate together because Gyeongju has ancient ties with these cities in Central Asia, and we can also facilitate student exchanges for the local universities. Academic researches and exchanges are good, but at the same time, we could have half-year or full-year students, full-year programs for student exchanges. And when the students from Central Asia come to Korea, they can stay for the program and return home, or they can stay for the long run so that they can come and contribute to the growth of Korea and their home country. There are many SMEs in local autonomies, and these SMEs, they find it very difficult to compete in the Korean market, but they may have a competitive edge in other markets, but they may need investments in order to make inroads into other markets. And so the local autonomies can play the role of matching SMEs with markets. So I did make some suggestions, but I do believe that we need to have firm targets and purposes for these cooperation activities. And I do believe that promotion of local government cooperation is very useful. The Alliance of Local Autonomies in Korea is playing the role of cooperation with Central Asia. And so if there is a window to serve this cooperation, then I believe that we will be able to reflect the demands and needs of various participants in both regions and play the role of bridging the two regions. This brings me to the end of my discussion, and I look forward to the remarks by our presenters as well. I wanted to summarize the two keynote presentations and add my own 2 cents as well. Thank you very much. Well, Ambassador Chang provided us with his comprehensive analysis of Central Asia. So Central Asia is the space between Russia and China, and we need to develop its role being surrounded by Europe and Asia as well. But you also mentioned that there's a lack of transportation infrastructure and talked about ways to improve that. And historically, there is a connection between Central Asia and Korea, and many of the things in Korea did originally come from Central Asia culturally. And so against this backdrop, if we could establish a relationship that is complementary, then we can create a new model of cooperation. And he also talked about the Ricardian interpretation, about how utilizing the comparative advantages can lead to benefiting both sides. And so that would be a great direction for future directions. And he also mentioned that with the summit between Central Asia and Korea, then we could also leverage the cooperation between local autonomies for the future. He was a panelist, but he was almost like a presenter. Thank you very much for your intervention.
Now, I'd like to invite journalist Ha Jung-min. We have a lot of time, so you don't have to be restricted in terms of time. Hello, everyone. As was introduced, I am Ha Jung-min. I'm working at the foreign desk of the Donga Ilbo newspaper. I thought that I was going to be here as just a panel member, so what I can do is to add my own remarks to what was already discussed. I am working as a journalist, and as I'm sitting here, I feel that there are a lot of things that we have not really been able to do so. It is not easy to find a news article covering Central Asia. There are a lot of news reports about what's happening in the Gaza Strip and the Middle East, as well as news articles about the US presidential election. So there isn't much coverage or space in the news outlet about Central Asia. And in other times as well, you don't see much media exposure about Central Asia. But now that I've heard all these keynote presentations, I realized that there's so much potential that we can utilize by promoting cooperation between Central Asia and Korea. Well, we see a lot of news reports about China, Russia, and Europe, and the US, but not much attention has been paid to Central Asia. So what I'm thinking is maybe after the US presidential election is over, what role can the news outlets do in promoting relations between the two regions? Of course, we need to promote diplomatic relations, but we need more economic trade. We need more economic cooperation exchanges. We need more exchanges at the business level between the private sectors. Then the media may pay more attention to the Central Asian countries. Dr. Eldor and Dr. Allure made very important presentations. And on top of that, what I like to say is that tourism or travel is a very effective way to expose Korean people to Central Asia. And there are many interesting tourist sites in Central Asia. Well, many Koreans have learned about Azerbaijan because of two very influential YouTubers who have more than 2 million subscribers. We have GwakTube and Pani Boto, and these two YouTubers went to Azerbaijan and they traveled together in that country, and their videos became super popular, and that is how young people in Korea were able to know about this country. So these two influencers, they went to Azerbaijan and they took a bath in oil, and they went through very interesting experiences and activities, and I thought that such videos were very influential. And Also, there is an Ishki Lake, which is beautiful. And in Central Asia, there are beautiful scenes and natural landscapes. And the prices are very affordable, but we don't have many tour packages and offerings for people in Korea to visit Central Asia. So I think we need to promote that because young Korean people can travel in Central Asia and people in Central Asia can come to visit Korea. So in this regard, I hope that there will be more effort at the government level and also at the private sector level to promote tourism between the two regions. And this will lead to a better understanding among people about each other. And if such activities continue to expand, then the media will start to pay more attention to what's happening in Central Asia and will be able to introduce Central Asia to our Korean readers. Thank you.
예, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much for your remarks.
발제와 그다음에 패널리스트들
So we heard the two keynote presentations and two panel discussions, but we have spent 55 minutes and I'm given 2 hours. So we have 1 hour that is available for discussion.
이 플로어에 계신 분들한테 마이크를 넘기니까
I would like to open the floor for questions, comments, anything. So I would like to open the floor.
감사합니다.
Thank you.
두 분 소장님과 부소장님
Thank you to our two presenters,
패널리스트
and thank you to our two panelists.
저는 한국 외국인
I am from Hufs.
하정민 차장님께서 지적을 하셨지만
As Mr. Ha has mentioned, despite the fact that we have had long relations, Korea and Central Asia, we are not knowledgeable about each other.
우리 사업단이 이런 자리를 마련하고
Our project agency has created this forum, and it's not easy to create this forum, but we have been able to invite many organizations here because when we first study a region, we start with introducing that region. That is the start of research. But I think we are past that stage. We already know Central Asia, what are their merits, how attractive they are, why do we need to develop collaboration with them. Ever since we had diplomatic ties from 92 for last 30 years, we have already covered this. And as Ambassador Chung has mentioned, we now need to thread all of these efforts to make our efforts fruitful.
오늘 사실 이 자리에 참석하신
Today, we have with us
죄송합니다. 제가 이름이
Director Eldor, and I don't know if I'm pronouncing your name correctly, but we have Deputy Director Alua. It's very difficult to have such high-level guests joining us here today. And they also work in practice and in diplomacy, and
제안한 6가지의 안건들을
the
집행하실 수 있는 힘을 갖고
agenda that has been mentioned through the presentations, they are eligible to actually see it through. And so it's not just a proposal, but this is a serious proposal. And they are delivering these presentations because they're able to implement this. Deputy Director Alua talked about 4 industries, and I believe that these 4 industries are being envisioned by Kazakhstan. But we have sent our invitation to other strategic research institutes of other Central Asian countries. Well, the head of Azerbaijan is actually in London, and Kyrgyzstan mentioned they could not participate, and they rejected our invitation last week, and Tajikistan mentioned that they cannot participate only last afternoon. But whatever is mentioned here will surely be shared. And through this opportunity, I do hope that we could have a clear view about each other's hopes, and I hope we can have practical action following this. So we have had 6 proposals and 4 industries that have been suggested, and Ambassador Chung shared with us hints of how we can thread this together. And if there is a standing body like a secretariat, we would be able to implement more efficiently. C5 plus Korea is important, but bilateral relations are also very important. And so we need to have in-depth bilateral dialogue. And thank you for proposing such bodies. And last but not least, you talked about the network of Korean diaspora in Central Asia. Well, we are not participating in the World Nomad Games currently, but I hope that we will be able to find ways to participate in the World Nomad Games. The Korean diaspora is a practical connecting point that already exists, and so they need to be leveraged for our relations with Central Asia so that we can put into action the 6 proposals and 4 industries that have been suggested today. And so I hope that based on what has been suggested today, we can look forward to more discussions in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, he is representing the organizers, so his remarks were very detailed, and he also talked about the importance of having a standing body or secretariat. And I also agree with him because Central Asia is very important. And to add a little bit of my own, I teach many foreign students, and it is unfortunate that we don't have many experts who are specialized in Central Asia. At HUBS, this university is playing a key part in promoting the understanding of Central Asia. At our institute, we have foreign students, but at our institute, we don't have the capacity to be able to nurture experts in Central Asia. But I would say that the Hankuk University of Foreign Studies is the only institution that is able to nurture experts in Central Asia. And in doing so, I hope that we will have more individuals who are well knowledgeable about this region and can facilitate cooperation. Now, Dr. Ko. I really enjoyed the presentations and discussions. Director Eldor and Deputy Director Alua, thank you so much for traveling all the way to Korea so that we could listen to the insights offered by these experts. So it was very meaningful. My name is Ko Myung-hyun, and I am working at the Institute for National Security Strategy for the Republic of Korea. From the point of view of Korea, we all know that Central Asia is a very important economic partner to Korea. And at the same time, there may be a couple of follow-up questions. For instance, we all know that Central Asia has a great geopolitical significance. It is rich in natural resources and critical minerals. And that is why Korea is promoting cooperation with Central Asian countries. But there's something that we need to pay attention to when it comes to reading between the lines. Why is Central Asia strategically important? Their importance is increasing because of the strategic competition between the US and China and the closer ties between Russia and North Korea, and also the war in Ukraine and the declining influence of Russia. So in that sense, Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan may have more enhanced expectations from Korea, not just from a diplomatic perspective, but also other kinds of expectations that these two countries have about Korea. So I'd like to get their input. Thank you very much for your questions. He is a researcher at our institute, and he is well-versed and has been conducting a lot of research on these very important questions. So later, Director Aldo or Deputy Director Alua may answer this question later. But first, let's open up and get more questions.
네, 그럼 일단 1차적으로
So we have accepted the first round of questions and comments, and we will now go back to Director Eldor and Deputy Director Alua for their response.
Unfortunately, I really missed the meaning of the question. So you're asking about the possible areas of cooperation in security sphere? What? Huh?
So I'll pose the question in English then. It's better this way, clearly. So my question was, clearly there's a lot of synergy to be achieved between Central Asian countries and South Korea, given the economic complementarity. That's the beginning of my question. But then I guess the core part of my question is you're exactly right. So given the background of the intensifying geopolitical competition between China and the United States, which really puts the spotlight on the Central Asian countries, this is clearly because China is going ahead with the Belt and Road Initiative, which puts Central Asia in a spotlight. There's also the growing closeness between China and Russia as part of this growing anti-Western front or bloc. And then there's also the issue of the decline of Russia's influence in Russia's traditional sphere of influence, which Central Asia was part of. So given all these important seismic, I would say, geopolitical changes that are taking place, I believe Central Asian states probably expect more than just economic partnership with South Korea. There could be discussions on potentially security cooperation between the two countries or between Korea and the region as a whole. So this is a question that I wanted to ask you.
Of course, thank you for your question. You mentioned about geopolitical competition, which we feel also in Central Asia. And I mentioned it in my speech too, that Central Asia was always on the crossroads of interest of world powers. And now it's in our genetic code, let's say, trying to balance and not allow to be drawn into geopolitical competition. And in this sense, geopolitical role of Korea in Central Asia is very important. It's very important because presence of Korea in Central Asia, presence Turkey in Central Asia, India in Central Asia, helps us to preserve geopolitical pluralism in the region. It gives us other alternatives for the economic cooperation, for the transport corridors, and in this sense, again, I just would like to stress that the geopolitical role of Korea in this sense is very important. Regarding security cooperation, you know that Uzbekistan has the border with Afghanistan. It is one of the main challenges for Central Asian security. You know, previously we looked at Afghanistan only as a country which presents only challenges and threats. And now we really are trying to be more pragmatic. Today, Taliban controls the whole country, and we're trying not just to block our contacts with them, but trying to involve them into regional economic cooperation. And Ambassador just showed that actually the shortest way from Central Asia to the ocean, you know that Central Asia actually is a double landlocked country. In order to reach ocean, we need to cross at least two borders. But the shortest way is through Afghanistan to Pakistan, to the Gwadar, to Peshawar. And we believe that opening up this alternative, establishing this trans-Afghan corridor, will not only helps us to diversify transport corridors, but also will present unique opportunities for the development, because countries of Central Asia will have the access to the vast market of Pakistan, of India, and actually our goods in these areas are quite competitive. We believe that building this route, we will not only solve economic problems, but also will also help to preserve peace in Afghanistan. Because Afghanistan, through the whole history, played a role of geopolitical buffer, dividing Russian Empire and Great Britain Empire, then Soviet Union and the West. And now we would like to see Afghanistan not as a buffer, but as a bridge which could connect these two regions. Of course, issues of religious extremism, terrorism, drug trafficking, all these issues, could be discussed, and we have quite good experience in dealing with these issues. Thank you.
오케이. 다른 또 질문 없으신가요?
Thank you. Any other questions?
그러면 조르드 발리나 선생님께서는
Then I'd like to invite Deputy Director Alua. Any comments? Any comments about the discussions that we have had so far?
Что касается безопасности, я не специалист в этой сфере.
With respect to security, I am not really an expert, so I won't be able to comment on security issues. But what I can say is that just like what Dr. Eldor mentioned, I believe that it is very important to maintain a balance. As you may know very well, the SEOUL summit was held this year, and I believe that such platforms of dialogue will serve as a foundation for future programs and future cooperation. And I hope that this will lead to more bridges connecting our two regions.
If it's possible, I'd just like to add that what my colleague just said, very important thing. Because a lot of people consider SEOUL as an anti-Western bloc, which involve China, Russia, other countries. But it is a strong position of Uzbekistan, and my colleague already mentioned that it is the same position of Kazakhstan, that we do not approve any bloc approach from the SEOUL. It's just the organization which help us to improve transport corridors, to improve trade and economic relations. And we do not support the strengthening of military component of this organization.
정태인 선생님.
Yes, Ambassador Chung. I would like to add to this conversation concerning the question from the Institute for National Security Strategies of the Republic of Korea. Well, through my intervention, I talked about the connection between Korea and Central Asia through various perspectives. The reason for me to share this is, unlike other regions like Latin America or Southeast Asia, Korea is not part of a certain region. So we're not grouped together with China nor with Japan. So we are a loner in the international community. But how long are we going to remain a loner? And so we need to overcome this situation. And through the Turco-Mongolia belt, we have these connections from the ancient times. So we are not a loner. Geopolitically, we have been alone in our region, but I do believe that we can have complementary economic relations, and through these relations, then perhaps we can belong to a group as well, because we can have a stronger stance in the international community when we are a part of a group. And if we take a look at the recent geopolitical situation, there was the war in 2020, and 20% of the Azerbaijan land was dominated by Armenia, and this was supported by Russia. And in 2020, Azerbaijan got help from Turkey, and this area was then recovered, and it was half a success. And then 3 years later, in 2023, in September of 2023, in fact, this Nagorno-Karabakh area was invaded again. So the whole of the 20% that they had lost were recovered in 2023. Within Armenia, there's a Russian military base, and in this area, there are 1,900 Russian peacekeepers. But how was Azerbaijan able to recover the 20% of the land that they had lost to Armenia? I think that really is very meaningful. Of course, in February 2022, Russia invaded Ukraine. But before that, in 2014, there was the issue of the Crimea annexation. And so the influence of Russia is decreasing, and we are seeing that from the recovery of the 20% of the land. And Russia had established a military connection with Armenia, and they were not able to do anything about the recovery of land. And so we are seeing that the influence of the former Soviet Union area held by Russia is decreasing. And as a new independent state located between Russia and China, there are the 5 Central Asian countries. Of course, Kyrgyzstan and Kazakhstan, they still have Russian bases. And there are bases in Armenia as well, but we are seeing the incident in 2023. And so the 5 Central Asian countries, in particular the Turco-Mongolia Belt area, what will happen here? So rather than being influenced by other big powers, it should remain independent and solid, and that would help the peace and prosperity of this area. And I do believe that Korea can play a role in this, and it would also help Korea because we would be able to move out of our status of being a loner. And so I think this is an area where we can certainly collaborate.
Thank you very much. In our session, we have one less keynote presenter, so we would have to adjust the time. We would continue our discussions, but let's see how far we can go. We can wrap up a little earlier than scheduled, maybe around 3:05. But if you have any questions or comments, please go ahead.
예, 안녕하십니까. 저는 유네스코와
Hello.
태아문명유산센터에서 정책개발
I
협력을 맡고
am
있는 김덕순이라고
Kim
합니다.
Deok-sun from HCAP, UNESCO. I'm in charge of policy formulation. It's been 14 years since our center has been established, and since the opening of our center, we have been promoting cultural exchanges with Central Asia. But compared to other regions, we know that cooperation with Central Asia has been going on really well. It is partly thanks to the similarities that Korea has with Central Asia. And when it comes to planning something and implementing something, whether it is a big event or a small event, we have been able to accumulate experiences of success and successful hosting of diverse projects. and I enjoyed listening to the keynote presentations and the discussions. We now better understand the strategic importance of Central Asia and how we can promote cooperation in many different ways. And I agree with what has been discussed. But my question is, well, there are many different areas, including diplomacy, security, politics, and economy, but we need different approaches to different domains. For instance, for economic cooperation, we can talk about the comparative advantages according to Ricardo. We can think about economic synergies, how we can create economic synergies. But when it comes to culture, we need a different approach because culture is a different domain than economy. For instance, in promoting cultural exchanges and cooperation, it is not so much about comparative advantages and who has a more competitive edge or not. It is based on mutual respect and appreciation of one another's culture, and that is the foundation and the philosophy of our cooperation in the cultural domain. So, when we plan for cooperation between Korea and Central Asia, we may need to employ different approaches depending on what kind of domain you would like to promote cooperation in. So, there may be some potential issues or challenges you may experience if you try to apply the same standard for all domains. So you need to differentiate your strategies and approaches. So in that sense, I'd like to ask the two keynote presenters if there are any comments you can have about these potential issues.
Thank you. I am from Hufs, and I am a professor of Central Asian Studies, and I have one comment and one question. Let me start with my comment. When it comes to culture or strategy or any challenges that we deal with, in the end, it is related to geopolitics. Because during the Cold War, Central Asia had no connection with South Korea. In the 90s, with the fall of the former Soviet Union, we are resuming cooperation with Central Asia. Ever since the war in Ukraine and also the war in Gaza, when geopolitics change, then we may fall back to the 90s where we could not cooperate at all. So for those of you here today, and the presenters in particular, of course, geopolitics mostly centers around the US, EU, and China, and to some extent Russia, although their influence is weaker these days. So this is a game between these strong powers. Central Asia, Mongolia, Korea. How can we respond to these strong powers? So what are your thoughts concerning this issue?
So, regarding these two questions, the keynote presenters, are you going to respond? Please go ahead.
You know, everyone just mentioning that presence of Russia in Central Asia is weakening. I rather would not agree with this. If you look at the figures of trade turnover, if you look at the investments which are coming from Russia to Central Asia, you will see that it's dynamically growing. But at the same time, if you will compare Russia and China, so you will see that during last, let's say, 10 years, 10 years ago, Russia was #1 trade partner for all Central Asian countries, was the key investor in the region. Now, situation completely different. Now, #1 trade partner is China. #1 investor is China. So, position of Russia compared to China is weakening, but not in absolute figures. So it's, I think, very important moment which we should clarify. Regarding cultural context, you know, we already discussed how important is expert dialogue. But unfortunately, again, it's my assessment, but our expert dialogue started to develop just during last 2 years. And I think it's really limits our relations, because expert dialogue should pave the way for the political cooperation. But in our case, it's vice versa. Dialogue is our expert dialogue is quite behind the political cooperation, economic cooperation of both countries. I think if we would like to see some more progress in this regard, we should starting to see each other more often. Today I just find out so many institutions, experts who is interested in Central Asia. We do not have such kind of contacts. And one of my ideas, which I discussed with Korean partners, that let's establish, for example, Korean-Uzbek expert dialogue. Let's meet on a regular basis. Let's discuss some specific issues with the invitation of experts who knows the subject very well, and let's produce some new ideas for our political leadership. Thank you.
Я хотела бы про культурный контекст тоже обозначить. Я с вами согласна.
What I would like to mention is that I agree with all of you. And if there are different areas of cooperation, then we need different approaches. It's not a matter of what is better, but what I would like to mention is that we have the grounds for cooperation. Whether it be Uzbekistan or Kazakhstan or other Central Asian countries, there's great potential for cooperation. I believe that the potential for cooperation is very high in terms of culture. We share the same values, and we have potential for cooperation in education, in particular higher education. For example, we can conduct cross-cultural studies. One example would be research on what Koreans think about Central Asia and what people in Central Asia think about Korea. I believe that culture would definitely be an area that can attract more young people to join the cooperation, because the younger generation, they know about the other region more than the existing generation, and I believe that it's important to bring them into the cooperation.
We still have some time left, and I personally have a question that I would like to ask to Deputy Director Aluva. So you talked about cyber sports and stock exchange and so on.
From the perspective of Central Asia, of course, it would be great to have economic cooperation in esports and stock exchanges. But from the perspective of Korean companies, what would be a good area of cooperation? Korean companies will need to invest and cooperate. And so what would be some areas that Korean companies would be interested in when they make investments into Central Asia? Of course, Korean companies could also be interested in esports or stock exchanges, but what other areas could Korean companies be interested in? So, Deputy Director Alua, if you were from a Korean company, what would your interest be in when you invest in Central Asia?
Я думаю, если брать из самых 4 сфер,
Well,
самое, наверное, перспективное и для
I believe that of the 4 areas that I had named,
городское развитие,
Korean companies would probably be interested in urban planning and urban development, in particular related to smart cities. I do believe that there's great potential in terms of smart cities, such as smart meters, technology transfers, and technologies to resolve traffic congestion. And so I believe that Korean technology and Korean companies could be interested in urban planning and in developing smart cities. I think this would definitely be of interest.
지금 시간이 3시 딱 3시입니다. 죄송합니다.
Thank you.
마이크 전달해 주시죠.
So, can you please send the microphone to the gentleman in the back?
Thank you. My name is Fakhridin from Uzbekistan Embassy. I have a question to Ms. Ha Ju-min from Dongailbo. You mentioned about the lack of awareness in Korea about our Central Asian region, and you also mentioned about the rising media in our country, which more and more frequently covers South Korean in their coverage, and so in your opinion, what should be done? So you mentioned about the YouTubers, you mentioned about the tourism tours, and what else should be done in order to raise the visibility of our country in Korea? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. First of all, I know that you're working at the embassy. I believe that diplomats need to work harder because currently we have 4 superpowers, Russia, China, the US, and Japan. They have regular interviews with journalists, and also middle powers, Australia or other middle power countries. When new ambassadors are positioned in Korea, or when they have some some issues, they always organize regular interviews and briefings with the press. But I've been working as a journalist for almost 20 years, but I haven't really had much chance to have a press interview with ambassadors from Central Asia and from other countries in that region. I know that these embassies and diplomatic missions, you are here stationed in Korea to promote your countries in Korea. So I hope that there will be more active requests and invitation for journalists to come and interview with you. Well, if there's a saying among journalists that if a dog bites a person, then it's not newsworthy, but if a person bites a dog, then it is newsworthy. So if your statements and news releases are typical and just ordinary substance, then it may not get the attention of the press. But I know that Central Asia can add a lot more and offer a lot more when it comes to their relations with North Korea and Russia and other strategic situations in Central Asia. So there was an interview with the ambassador of Ukraine, and so Uzbekistan and so Ukraine, and this Ukraine ambassador talked about North Korea a lot and how it is important to discourage North Korea from getting closer to Russia by supplying weapons and other military supplies to Russia. So it was interesting that the ambassador's approach to talking to the media was quite different than traditional approaches, and this was rather newsworthy. So when you arrange and plan for interviews with the media, I hope that you will try to offer more unique perspectives and unique stands and positions. And I hope that I will soon be able to have an interview with your ambassador soon.
네, 감사합니다. 또 다른 분 계세요?
Thank you. Any other questions?
예,
I am from the Mongolian embassy. Next year, there is the summit between Central Asia and Korea. And thank you for inviting Mongolia to this forum. Thank you very much for this invitation. Korea and Central Asian countries have the common trait of having the same language family of Ural-Altai language family. So Korea, Mongolia, Kazakhstan, Turkey, this belt shares the same language family. Well, the professor talked about the role of Mongolia previously. Ever since 2 years ago, Mongolia has started a dialogue of countries who share the same language family, and we have had this dialogue for 2 years, and we had the participation of Central Asia and Korea as well. When I was a boy, I always read in textbook that Mongolia is a Central Asian country, and many Mongolians use Russian and speak Russian, and we also use Russian characters, and we are influenced by the Russian culture. Ever since democratization in the 90s, we continue to learn about how we have similarities with South Korea. For example, we have the Lunar New Year and also emphasis on manners. And so we are influenced by South Korea, and Mongolia understands the perspective of Korea of Central Asia and Central Asia of Korea. And so, as I mentioned before, the dialogue of the same language family, we hope to expand that dialogue every year. And we are also working with KOIKA from Korea, and we hope to continue to expand our dialogue. That is our plan. In 1976, we have signed our diplomatic ties with North Korea, and so we actually enjoy good relations with many of the neighboring countries. And so I do hope that since Mongolia is in between Korea and Central Asia geographically, we can play a bridging role. Thank you very much. Your Korean is excellent, by the way. And so it's probably because our languages are from the same language family. Your Korean language is great. Well, are there any other questions from the floor?
I asked the question already, but it's my second time having the floor. What I'd like to say is that there's a lot that we can do. We can work together in terms of culture, education, and science. And Korea, Mongolia, Central Asia, we need to build a bridge. Currently, we're rather separated. There's Mongolia, there's Korea, there's Central Asia, but we need to be able to build more connections in the relevant areas, one by one. And as we continue to work in this direction, I believe that we can continue to maintain and nurture our relations despite any external situations. Thank you.
Well, it seems that you were looking for that answer, but you answered it yourself. Thank you very much. Are there any other comments or questions from the floor? Yes? Thank you very much. At this very important forum, it's a great honor for me to participate. I am Chung Go-eun from the Research Center at Hufs, and so as someone who majored in Chinese culture, this is my question. Well, in Korea, when we learn about the North, it's very limited what we learn about the North because China has written a history, and we are very used to Chinese history. And so when we think about the North, then we tend to understand the North from the perspective of China. So when we say the North, they sound scary and barbaric, perhaps. And so, when we heard from Ms. Ha from the Dongha Daily, the young generations, they are traveling to Central Asia, and that feels very new because the actual culture in the North is very different from what we envisioned when we were young. And so we were not able to deliver this in terms of language, but I also saw the travel vlogs of Pani Bottle and Kwak Tube, and I wanted to take a look at what they wanted to say. They wanted to talk about the gentle culture of the North, how kind the people, how warm the people were in the North. And so they were able to experience this warm culture. And I think that was conveyed very delicately through their dialogue in their vlog on YouTube. And so we were not aware of this, but our perspective of the North was perhaps quite distorted. And so in this era of YouTube, we are living in an era where individuals can have their own channels. And so we're not learning about Central Asia from official channels, but through these private channels, we are now able to learn about Central Asia. And personally, it's quite amazing. And at the same time, I feel like there is much more that we can do. So through this Culture and Strategies Forum, I hope that we will be able to create an opportunity to learn about Central Asia, not only through personal YouTube channels, but also through official channels like today's forum. So from the country's perspective and diplomatic perspective, I hope that it will be an opportunity for us to share each other's culture. And because of China, Japan, or Russia, these big countries, we focus on these large countries, and that leads to a distortion of our understanding of Central Asia. So diplomatic ties and exchanges are important, but at the same time, we also need to think about the cultural aspect. What are the important cultural assets of Central Asia? And I hope that it could be promoted through official channels. And we need a system in order to enable these exchanges. And if there are any strategies that are being considered in this perspective, I would like to have that information. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who can address your question? What do you think? I'm not aware of any such strategic efforts. Maybe Professor Kang, you and your agency need to start working on that, right? Yes, we will. Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Okay, please go ahead. Well, maybe I'm speaking too much, but as was mentioned, there may be some biases and misunderstandings about Central Asia. There's an animation movie that I really don't like, Mulan. Well, there our ancestors are depicted as a devil, and this was a very popular animation movie around the world. So then, what does that mean? There's one thing we need to do. We have Central Asia and northern countries. We can work together to produce animation films. For instance, I'm not sure if the movie industries in our respective countries are interested in doing so. Well, Sinbad and the Arab stories have been utilized to spread the culture and introduce the culture of the Middle East. So what we can do, maybe, is to engage in such activities, content production. We can produce animation movies and other content together we can work on that. And even if it is commercially successful, then it will be even better. But even though it may not be commercially successful, I believe this will be quite significant. And you mentioned that you're studying China and engaged in Chinese studies. And my question is how long the term China has been used. Because when you look at the history, half of China's history is actually the history of northern countries in Central Asia. So what does really constitute China's history? Because then these evil forces in Mulan, they controlled half of the territories of modern-day China. So what does that mean? We may need to work together to dissect such a history from a different perspective. Thank you.
Well, I believe that we should probably discuss this at a future opportunity because it is a little bit off topic. Any other questions or comments?
Могу я сказать, English, Russian, на русском, да, просто.
May I speak in Russian?
По поводу сотрудничества, да.
Well, I would like to talk about cooperation. I am currently the Secretary General of the National Program Officer of the UNESCO Regional Office in Almaty, and we are working with various research institutes related to culture and education. And we have continued cooperation for over a decade, and from an expert perspective, and from the UNESCO perspective, we are continuing to foster experts. And last week, we have worked with 8 Korean students, and we invited them to Kyrgyzstan. And they were given opportunities to experience the culture of Kyrgyzstan. And so active cooperation is being conducted as a part of the UNESCO program. And concerning further efforts, from the academic perspective, we would like to have more cooperation with Korean universities. For example, with Japanese universities, we are collaborating in archaeology, and we are having archaeological cooperation in ancient temples with Japanese universities. And Japanese students have opportunities for internships through these programs, and I hope that we can look forward to cooperation with Korean universities as well. We have had many questions today, and one of the questions addressed what interest would Korean companies have in Central Asia? Well, I believe that tourism would be a great area because there are many tourist agencies in Korea, and I do believe that we can cooperate with them even further. Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan could collaborate based on the Silk Road, and I believe that it would be a very interesting cooperation, and I do believe that it will be of interest to Korean tourists. And Central Asians can also travel to Korea. And so that would be one way for Korean tourist agencies to be interested in Central Asia. And there are medical tourists coming from Central Asia to Korea. So they are coming to Korea for medical treatment. And so hospitals, possibly they can open their branches in Central Asia. I understand that large hospitals in Korea can open centers in Central Asia, creating creative industry. Concerning creative industries, There is a large Korean diaspora in Central Asia, and in Central Asia, many people are well aware of Korean culture. My daughter knows about all of the Korean idol groups, and if there is a concert by a Korean idol group, then we could invite those concerts to Central Asia. And concerning films, our directors from Central Asia is participating in the Busan International Film Festival. And so, as a part of the creative industry, we can continue to cooperate related to movies. And there is so much room for cooperation, and we are open to such cooperation. And then let me talk about national security, because it was mentioned in our discussion today. Well, I'm not an expert in national security, but I believe that cooperation for cybersecurity is also very important at this point in time. I look forward to experts joining together for information exchanges in the field of cybersecurity. Thank you.
So she talked about cultural exchanges and other areas for exchanges, and her comments were quite practical and specific. When we think about exchanges between Korea and Central Asia, we're still in the beginning phase, and I believe that we have a lot of potential for future cooperation.
Thank you very much. My name is Aygul. I am from the regional UNESCO office in Almaty, and I would like to continue the idea that Sabira told about possible cooperation and about possible activities. And probably most of you know that within UNESCO we have different networks. Network of associated schools of UNESCO, network of UNESCO chairs at the university level, and network of UNESCO clubs. If we are talking about youth, and UNESCO clubs is the very good opportunity and platform for cooperation, not only in the sphere of culture, but education as well. And the Kazakhstani Federation of National Federation of UNESCO clubs is very active, and just I think for the last 2 years, Kazakhstan chairs the international, or the last year, Kazakhstan chairs and the head of international board of UNESCO clubs. And if we are talking about cybersecurity, and cybersecurity is a new trend, a new program at the universities. It is indeed possible to cooperate and to expand with the experts and with the training programs in this direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for mentioning a new area for cooperation, because UNESCO is very active, and we are seeing great remarks from the UNESCO community. Are there any other questions or comments? Well, I wanted to end at 3, but we are coming to 3:20 because many people had comments or questions. I think we can fill 3:30 if other people add additional comments or questions. Are there any other comments or questions from the floor? If not, let us end session 2. And if you have further questions, let us continue our dialogue through session 3. Through session 2, we were able to discuss the need for exchanges between Korea and Central Asia, and we learned of the potential for development in the future. And we also need the efforts on the part of Korea for such cooperation. I look forward to these discussions continuing to develop into the future. And not only will we talk the talk, but we also hope that we will be able to put our words into action. This brings us to the end of session 2. Let us take a half-hour break before we start session 3. Thank you very much. It is now 4 o'clock, so let us commence session 3, titled UNESCO Dialogue for Cultural Heritage Cooperation. Please take your seats. Good afternoon. I will be the chair of this session. I am director of the Institute of Central Asian Studies at Tufts. My name is Son Young-hun. Thank you very much for this invitation as the chair of this session. And it is personally an honor for me to serve as the chair. I feel a great sense of responsibility, and I also have the big responsibility of timekeeping for this session. Session 3 is being hosted by the HK Plus Project Agency of Tufts as well as ICHCAP, and it's a special session that will take a look at the role and prospects of shared cultural heritage for Eurasian cultural cooperation. The 21st century is a century of culture. During the morning and afternoon, we have talked about cooperation in politics, diplomacy, and economy, and I believe that cultural cooperation is just as important as other forms of cooperation. As you're well aware, the Eurasian area, including Central Asia, has different linguistic, historical, and cultural, as well as religious backgrounds, and so there are diverse cultures that exist in Eurasia. And Eurasia also served as the cross point between the East and the West, and it has the history of the Silk Road. And therefore, for the supranational communication between the North, Eurasia, and South Korea, the role of this shared cultural heritage is more important than ever before. And so during this session, we will take a look at the role and prospects of shared cultural heritage from the perspective of UNESCO, and we will also take a look at examples of supranational solidarity and go on to explore the possibility of cooperation with the Korean Peninsula. And I do believe that it will serve as a very important and meaningful opportunity. Allow me to share how we will proceed with this session. During the third session, we will be hearing from Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, UNESCO, as well as Korea. We have 4 keynote presentations, and we have been allocated 120 minutes, but the hosts have asked us to end a little bit earlier than scheduled, and so we would be allocating 20 minutes to each of the presenters. And at the end of the 4 presentations, if time allows, we will be opening the floor for further questions and comments. So we would be able to enjoy a short Q&A if time allows. We will go in the order in the program. We will be inviting National Program Officer Kalafuga Agul from the UNESCO Regional Office in Almaty. Your presentation, please.
Do you hear me? It's okay? First of all, I would like to say great thank you to our colleagues from HCAP for invitation and to the government of the Republic of Korea for invitation and supporting this meeting and our participation. On the map you can see Central Asia. Since last September, we have some reorganization in the structure of UNESCO, and Almaty Regional Office is coordinating programs in Iran, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Pakistan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan. And probably you know that in Asia-Pacific region, we have 6 regional UNESCO offices, and Almaty office is one of them. the main directions, the main themes of UNESCO Almaty in culture. It is mostly we are working with the capacity development to strengthen, protect and manage tangible heritage, meaning world heritage. In Central Asia, capacities in fighting, protecting, and preventing illicit trafficking of cultural property, capacities for preparedness, mitigation in emergency for culture, capacity strength to identify, safeguard living heritage, and protect, promote diversity of cultural expressions through dynamic, inclusive cultural and creative industries, and capacities for implementation of the Global Agenda 2030. If we are talking about cultural heritage in general, here our main direction and support to our member states in protecting and working within the cultural heritage, world cultural heritage and natural heritage, and also living heritage. So I would like to introduce our big and famous project for the last 5 years. It is Silk Road's Heritage Corridors in Central Asia, and this project has or respond to the theme of today's meeting. The donor of this big project is European Union, and the project has been started in 2018, and this October it will be closed. Actually, we finalizing this project for Central Asia. And main focus of this project was on safeguarding of World Heritage properties and ICH, promotion common cultural heritage along the Silk Road, and development general understanding of heritage as a component of sustainable development. So if we are talking in more details, the project was focused on rehabilitation of heritage properties in Central Asia, development capacities of heritage managers, promotion heritage of the Silk Road and along the Silk Road. Also, big focus was on ICH safeguarding through different initiatives and activities, and development capacities of tourist guides, because promotion and popularization of cultural heritage we can see through the involvement of tourist guides as well. Right now I will show you the sites where we did some rehabilitation works. In Kazakhstan, for example, it was Asian settlement of Kulan. In Kyrgyzstan, it was Asian settlement of Krasnaya Rechka or Nevaket, where the Buddhist template is existing, and just we assisting in renovation of roofs just for conservation purposes. Also in Tajikistan, we worked at the Tajik National Park, and we assisted to the Republic of Tajikistan with establishing some shelters, camps for tourists. And you can see that this mountain place, sometimes it was difficult to bring construction materials, and we used some donkeys, and on the up photo you can see just a kind of shelter that could be possible in that mountain area. In Uzbekistan, there was a big renovation conservation work at Bogbonil Mosque. So they had 2 phases for conservation and restoration. Also, we, within this project, had different training sessions on restoration or for restoration specialists from Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan. Our colleagues from UNESCO Tashkent were involved in this project, and they conducted their activities as well, training on restoration of archaeological decor in Uzbekistan and training on new conservation and restoration approaches in Uzbekistan. Also, if we are talking about living heritage, ICH, in Uzbekistan and in Tajikistan, we conducted needs analysis for safeguarding ICH. And within this project, we developed ICH educational manuals in Kyrgyzstan and in Kazakhstan, mostly for teachers of secondary schools, just to introduce to ICH and to main issues for safeguarding and popularization. And also, we did within the project different researches and training of barriers of traditional knowledge. And also one of interesting and important trend in Central Asia, it is ethnic design. And we train our craft people, craft women, just to have better idea on ethnic design development through keeping and safeguarding ICH. Today we raised issues of different video materials, and within this project we managed just to take interview and to share with our audience video materials on nation settlements and ICH barriers, how they work and what works they do, produce, and how they live in Central Asia. All these materials are available through our website, and if you scroll, you can find Silk Road Project, and all materials, video materials, all publications are available there. Also, we tried to do some interviews and some short videos from our guides who participated in our training, and the most active guides and their presentation of their country and World Heritage places also could be found on our YouTube channel. We had also promotional materials on ICH with barriers and masters. Also, you can find some information materials from different countries within the project about traditional crafts in Central Asia. And today we also raised an issue that the Korean youth know very little about Central Asia, and I hope that these videos will help to be acquainted closer to Central Asia traditional traditions and traditional craft, and also to the World Heritage sites and components. Also, as you know, the first Silk Road nomination is Qianyan-Tianshan Corridor. And this nomination consists of 3 countries, China, Kazakhstan, and Kyrgyzstan. Within this World Heritage nomination, we had 33 components, and out of them, 8 components are in Kazakhstan and 3 components in Kyrgyzstan. And for all 11 components in Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan, we produced such information panels in 3 languages for better understanding, and these panels about the main historical information of this or that component of the World Heritage Site. Also within the project, we adapted and translated training handbook for Silk Road heritage guides, as we told that tourism development is one of the challenging main with important focus from our countries, and we supported our countries with this handbook and with trainings for selected guides. This guide is available on our site as well. Also, one of I think, and we are very proud, one of the interesting component for popularization are comics in Russian and English languages. We have comics for 2 Silk Road corridors and for illustrations for different ICH elements from Central Asia. And just we think that these comics, promotional materials are or could be very useful for young people especially, and for general population. So you see these are examples, and just last Friday we received a kind of brochures in English and in Russian languages with all these comics, and they will be distributed soon. Also, I hope that all of you are very well acquainted and know the World Heritage Center site at global level, and just you know that there are a lot of programs that the World Heritage Center implement, and one of them it is World Heritage and Sustainable Tourism Program. Within that program, UNESCO has Tourism Management World Heritage Sustainable Tourism Toolkit, and this toolkit was translated into the Russian languages, and now it is also available in the Russian language and could be found at the site of the World Heritage Center. This Sustainable Tourism Program has a very interesting and popular program, World Heritage Journeys. The first one was World Heritage Journeys on European World Heritage sites. And within this project, we managed to develop and introduce World Heritage Journeys Silk Road, along Silk Road. It is in the English language, and just we thought that this site, this information will help to people abroad just to be better and closer acquainted with the Central Asia. Again, today we were speaking that people know much about Central Asia, and we hope that this site and this journey will help to acquaint it with the main cities, with the main World Heritage sites, components, and with some additional information about the country. So, for example, the page looks like this, and in these sites you can find different information, photos, plus map with all cultural sites. And you can explore, and everybody actually can explore these journeys to Central Asian countries. Also, within this project, we did a virtual exhibition. Initially, when we drafted this project, we had an idea to have a movable exhibition from national museums to Europe. But pandemic, COVID just changed our plans, and we developed this virtual exhibition in partnership with Google Arts and Culture. And this exhibition was titled Common Heritage of the Silk Road. Within this gallery exhibition, we collected actually 60 artifacts, 60 objects from national museums. National museums selected all these objects, provided description to that, and we tried with our partner Google Art and culture, we tried to do this virtual exhibition with 3D objects. If you can enter that exhibition, you will go through special rooms, and each room devoted to the certain country and with the certain 10 objects from the National Museum. And also, as far as we are talking about strategies and cooperation, strategic cooperation between Korea and Central Asia, I would like to share with you and to focus on some needs and to have your attention to these needs. For example, it is a kind of my observation within my experience. We need more research and statistics on culture, not only on ICH, but in general on culture, because these researches and statistics could provide more information, could provide a justification for different proposals, for different fundraising, and again, for me, the most important for decision making, what areas need more attention and in which way. Also, we need to enhance safeguarding and popularization issues. Even in our Central Asian countries, general population does not know what is UNESCO, what UNESCO does, and they do not know much about UNESCO lists, World Heritage List and representative list of ICH. It is important because from mass media they heard something and they do not have clear and coherent picture of cultural heritage and how to work, how to safeguard and how to protect it. And also popularization relates to our education system. And we have to work closer with education system at different levels. Also, we are at UNESCO in deep need to have national experts from Central Asia who could understand the entire system of culture, the entire number of conventions related to culture, to protection and safeguarding cultural heritage. And right now, our national experts mostly working for nominations development, but what will be next and how to work, because to be in this or that UNESCO list, it is not an ultimate goal. We should think about safeguarding and protection. We should think about popularization, and we should think about our young people, young generation that could better understand cultural heritage, who could better understand interrelation between conventions and how they work in each country and how they interrelate in the entire region between the countries. Also, it is important to work not only with education system, but with the local government in our provinces, because our government people at the local level, they also are not aware about UNESCO activities and about UNESCO trends and about, how better to say, about requirements of this or that convention and how these conventions and requirements of these conventions are reflected in the national legislation. It is important because it has impact on conservation, protection, and safeguarding. And also tourism sector. Tourism sector, it is not only about increasing number of tourists, but it is also about increasing understanding of all our tourists about the cultural heritage, about protection, and about safeguarding, because to visit sites, to visit properties, museums, it is one thing, but how not to damage, how not to destroy, it is another thing. And this is another issue that we should strengthen in Central Asia. Thank you. This is just in general snapshots and of general picture within this project. But as I told you that we are working in different directions, and at the end of October, we will have a big regional meeting on illicit trafficking, and we invited all our countries, all our 7 countries, including Azerbaijan, because as we see that illicit trafficking, global challenges, some conflicts of our neighbors, they have some reflections and impact on protection of cultural heritage and of all our cultural properties and objects. Thank you very much, and I'm ready to respond to any questions related to region, to our office and our activities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. As for questions, we will be accepting all of the questions together at the end of all presentations. We have just heard from Ms. Aigul, and through her presentation, we were able to learn about the details of the activities by UNESCO Regional Office in Almaty, and it was a great opportunity for us to learn about the conservation and protection activities of UNESCO concerning all types of heritages. In particular, through the Sustainable Tourism Program, we were able to see that you had projects to introduce virtually the heritages of different Central Asian countries, and I believe that, as you have mentioned, the site can be used to learn more about Central Asian countries, in particular for the youth in Korea. For strategic cooperation, you did provide us with some ideas and suggestions, and we would now like to end the first keynote presentation, and at the end of all 4 keynote presentations, we will be accepting comments and questions.
Let us now move on to the second presentation, which will be provided by Director Rudbil Evren of the International Institute for Central Asian Studies. So please go ahead.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting to this event. It's an honor to be a part of this forum, and I can say that personally I'm very excited because it's my first time in Korea, and as a graduate of economics, I have read a lot about the Korean miracle in development. Now, with my own eyes, I'm going to be a witness of that. And this is my first day, and I have just seen the road from the airport to the hotel, but I'm already impressed by the view I have seen. So thank you very much for inviting and giving me the opportunity to express myself. And secondly, I would like to express my support for K Silk Road initiative, and I appreciate that this initiative did not ignore cultural cooperation. So if we are now discussing these issues here in Seoul, it means that it's not overlooked, and it's not only a project for economy or political cooperation, but also includes cultural cooperation. So I would like to thank for this too. And I'd like to give some brief information about our institute for those who don't know. International Institute for Central Asian Studies, ICAS, was established in 1995 as an outcome of UNESCO Silk Roads program and by 10 founding members. Now we have 12 members. 2 other countries joined later to us, and Korea is one of the founding members of our institute. So we are not a partner of Korea, but we are the Institute of Korea. You can consider like this. I would like to talk about the regional cooperation, existing regional cooperation in Central Asia. Of course, the roots of this cooperation, roots of common cultural heritage. The Central Asian countries, as you have seen in the slide, I mean, this is just some example from empires in the history of Central Asia, but most of the history of Central Asia has been under one state rule. So this is why these countries have a common history, and in this geographical territory, different ethnicities and cultures have always lived together in peace. And one common characteristic of this region was also a nomadic culture, but this is emphasized maybe too much and too frequently. We should not ignore that this region does not have only nomadic culture heritage, but also there is a strong urban heritage. There are thousands, hundreds or thousands of cities located mostly in Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan, and this heritage is also very important, and we should cooperate in preserving this cultural heritage. And of course, the Silk Road heritage. Our institute was established to study this Silk Road heritage, and no need to explain this very long, because as everybody here knows, Silk Road was an exchange of goods, trade, tradition, and technology at the same time, and for a very long time. So this Silk Road heritage includes both tangible and intangible heritage. So we have been studying this heritage for decades by many actors, global, national, and regional like us. But of course, it's such a rich heritage that it should be studied much more. So I would like to give some examples in regional cooperation in cultural heritage. Out of 28 transnational sites in World Heritage sites, 4 are located in Central Asia. You see the list. I'm not going to read all of them. And one Silk Road corridor nomination process is also ongoing. Here I'd like to underline the next year's Zarafshan-Karakum corridor, because our institute played an important role in the nomination process. We were the coordinator of this nomination dossier. And in the ongoing Fergana-Sirdarya corridor, we are coordinating the Uzbekistan part. So why am I quoting these corridors and these nominations? It also shows that Central Asian countries has a common heritage, and they have a cooperation in the world scene about promoting this world heritage. I mean, we already have a high level of cooperation in the cultural heritage sphere. You see the latest inscription to World Heritage Site. This includes 3 countries, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, and Turkmenistan, which was coordinated by our institute. And if you look at the ICH list, multinational ICH list, again, it's much more than the place of Central Asia in world geography or economy. I mean, 16 elements of 85. It's like 16% of all multinational ICH elements are from Central Asian countries. Some examples are Shashmakom music, Uzbekistan and Tajikistan, traditional making of yurts, Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, and Nauruz from all Central Asian countries, and traditional production of silk, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, and other 4 more countries. So the intangible cultural heritage is also includes too many common elements in Central Asia. Here, why I'm underlining this? Because I want to stress the potential for cooperation. I mean, there is a high level of cooperation, but there is also more room to cooperate. And some examples on regional activities on ICH. It's World Nomad Games, as it is very famous, now worldwide known. It emerged in Central Asia and in Central Asian countries. International Music Festival Shark Toraneleri in Uzbekistan, and Kokand International Festival of Handicrafts, International Handicrafts Festival, OIMO. So these are, as you see the dates, these are all developments of last 20 years. So there is a very positive development on promoting intangible cultural heritage at a regional level. Not only local or national level, but in regional level. So I would like to talk about cooperation with Korea in general first. As I said, Korea is a member of ICAS. So I should express that apart from some projects which are done jointly with Korean institutions, in all of our projects realized by ICAS, there's contribution from Korea. So this must be stressed too. I mean, Korea is the biggest contributor to our institute from the beginning, from the year 95. So all the member countries and members of the academic council and general assembly are aware of this, and I can also add my country too, Turkey. I mean, Korea and Turkey together finance the biggest part of the expenditures of ICAS. So this is by itself a big contribution to cooperation in cultural heritage studies in Central Asia. So for last 30 years, we should acknowledge and appreciate this contribution from Korea. But apart from that regular contribution, we also have some partnerships with some Korean institutions like ICCAP. ICCAP is an associate member of ICAS, first of all, and we have been actively cooperating since 2020. So the survey on Silk Road ICH network, which 9 countries participated, is a very valuable resource. You can find and download it on our website. So it was realized by the support of ICCAP. And as a continuation, we coordinated together with ICCAP the Silk Road's Living Heritage Network meetings. And these surveys and meetings are a preparation for further studies. I would like to show some of our publications on intangible cultural heritage of Central Asia. Some of them are published by the support of ICCAP. As you see, there are the Artistic Crafts and Trades series and some local intangible cultural heritage elements. And these books can be downloaded on our website freely in this link. There is also some cooperation on documentary heritage. I'm not talking about tangible cultural heritage a lot because it's already obvious, and our cooperation with Korea is mostly about intangible cultural heritage and documentary heritage. So we have some cooperation with ICDH too. You see some examples of projects with ICDH. This year we are working on Central Asian archives on Korea Saram diaspora. So in today's discussions, I think this Korean diaspora in Central Asia, especially in Uzbekistan and Kyrgyzstan, can also be discussed further because they have an important role in the cooperation between Central Asia and Korea, especially in economic spheres. They are a bridge between the region and the Korea, but in cultural studies, I think they can contribute more. We should discuss this more, how they can contribute, how we can attract them to this area more. So future prospects for cooperation in the region and with Korea. Potential subjects are from the Silk Road network discussions, as I said, like traditional archery, cradle festival, rice cultivation. So there are so many ideas, but we should concentrate on some of them and work together more on this. There are some challenges, of course, like vanishing traditions, which means that you cannot find the masters in some of these, and the lack of institutional capacity in some cases or in some countries. And of course, the funding is the biggest problem, like always. So increasing public awareness is something important, as UNESCO also works on that. And how can we increase cooperation on ICH, and how can we increase public awareness? And there are some proposals for that, like organizing more international festivals. I have given some examples, but it can be done more frequently and in some different areas too. And Silk Road Culture News Broadcasts, it was a proposal again during our studies. Training on safeguarding of ICH. Again, safeguarding of tangible heritage is very frequently discussed, but ICH is ignored mostly. So this can also be developed. And creating new international tourism routes. This is also a new agenda between the Central Asian countries and Turkic Council also. The Organization of Turkic States, new name, also working on this, about creating new international tourism routes. So we can contribute to this. I mean, we as a regional cooperation institute and Korean institutions can also contribute to this. So in conclusion, in summary, there are widespread and diverse elements of common cultural elements in Central Asia. And regional cooperation is developing and proliferating, but there is much more to do. So, as you named this meeting, Walking Together, we can walk together in preserving and promoting cultural heritage of Central Asia. Thank you.
네,
Thank you very much for the presentation by Professor Evren. So in his presentation, he discussed the activities of the International Institute for Central Asian Studies, and he also discussed how regional cooperation has been promoted with respect to cultural heritage and intangible cultural heritage as well. Thank you for your discussion. And in his presentation, I was able to really relate to what he mentioned during his keynote presentation, so I'd like to spend about a minute discussing this. The name of the forum is Culture and Strategies Forum for the Korean Peninsula and the North. And we have many guests from the northern countries. And as Director Evren mentioned, we have the common nomad culture. And as a scholar studying Central Asia, we know that nomadic culture is a representative culture, but that is not all, because there are other aspects of cultural heritage where there are cultures of agriculture and farming as well as nomadic culture, and only when we have this correct understanding of the cultural diversity in Central Asia, we will be able to pursue better cooperation. So, when it comes to Central Asia, we need to revisit and review our perception on Central Asia, because it's not just confined to nomadic culture, as Director Evren mentioned. Thank you very much for your presentation.
The third presentation will be by Secretary General Sultangeldieva Sariva, and she is the UNESCO National Commission for the Kyrgyz Republic.
Okay, thank you very much. Dear forum participants, first of all, I would like to thank for organizers and our partners EHCAP for inviting me and for long-standing and fruitful cooperations. It is a great honor to be here today and to present on cooperation in safeguarding shared cultural heritage through festival, the case of World Nomad Games. In this presentation, I would like to explore Central Asian rich cultural heritage. Previous speakers told about it, which is enhanced through joint efforts to preserve and promote our legacy of our ancestors. I will also highlight the important role the festivals like the World Nomad Games play in uniting diverse cultures as they showcase shared traditions and values on a global stage. Central Asia boasts a rich cultural heritage shaped by its complex history interactions with many civilizations. Situated along the Great Silk Road, this region has long been a crossroads for trade, ideas, and traditions, resulting in a vibrant cultural mosaic. This region, Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, and Uzbekistan, is united by a shared nomadic heritage with common cultural practices, traditional games, sports, culinary customs passed down through generations. These traditions reflect core values of hospitality, respect for nature, and a strong sense of community, emphasizing the deep connections among Central Asian peoples. The Silk Road not only enriched local cultures, but also fostered cooperation and interconnectedness. Festivals like Nowruz, New Year, and the World Nomad Games reinforce this unity by bringing together diverse cultures to celebrate their shared heritage through sports, music, and traditional arts. Central Asia is also home to numerous World Heritage sites, including Samarkand, Bukhara in Uzbekistan, Boranay and Nagbishim in Kyrgyzstan, and Tamgali in Kazakhstan, and other UNESCO sites. These ancient cities thriving along the Silk Road and enduring symbols of the region's rich history and cultural significance. The national commissions for UNESCO in Central Asia play a crucial role in promoting UNESCO cultural programs within their countries. They work to preserve cultural heritage through various initiatives, ensuring the traditional practices, historic sites, safeguarding for future generations, and in the field of documentary heritage, etc. They support efforts that document and restore significant sites and intangible cultural elements, collaborate on joint educational and cultural initiatives, and enhance intercultural dialogue, organizing capacity building events, meetings. They empower local communities to take an active role in heritage management. Also, national commissions foster cooperation between stakeholders such as governmental agencies, ministries, communities, and non-governmental organizations to create a cohesive approach to cultural heritage preservations. Collaborative projects like multinational UNESCO nominations, future strengths among Central Asian countries, highlighting their shared cultural legacy. My previous colleagues speaker told about our multinational nominations. In recent years, we have submitted 8 multinational nomination files to UNESCO Intangible Cultural Heritage List. 4 sites successfully nominated for the World Heritage and Natural Heritage List, and at the moment we have ongoing nomination for Tangible Heritage, Fergana-Sirdarya Corridor, and 1 ongoing nominations concerning the felt making. Today we talk about cultural festivals. Cultural festivals are a key platform for cooperation in the field of heritage preservation. Central Asia hosts a variety of such festivals, including OIMO International Craft Festival, which showcases traditional craftsmanship, the World Nomad Games, highlighting traditional sport and games, Aitish Festival, which celebrates performing arts, Korkuk Ata Festival in Kazakhstan, dedicated to oral traditions, and the Bukhara Silk and Spice Festival in Uzbekistan, which features traditional cuisines. In these presentations, today I will focus on World Nomad Games, an international event celebrating nomadic sports and culture. Also, festival plays a crucial role in safeguarding cultural heritage. They supporting research, documentation, promotions, contribute to transmission and capacity building, and exchange of knowledge and skills that contribute to cooperation and create to networking. Oh, sorry. Also, cultural heritage festivals contribute to strengthening cooperation between cultural domains and foster practitioners' networks, stimulate exchange between knowledge bearers and practitioners, promoting collaboration, raise awareness and promote the transmission of cultural heritage, support sustainable development, promote intercultural dialogue, showcase local traditions and creativity, contribute to regional creative industries cooperation, and also safeguard the cultural diversity and identity of Silk Road cultures. Celebrating diversity, the Nomad Games. The Nomad Games began as a local festival and have evolved into a unique platform for cultural cooperation. They exemplify how these initiatives can revitalize and sustain not only traditional games, but also a broader range of cultural heritage. The festival serves as a powerful tool for celebrating diversity, fostering intercultural exchange, and preserving cultural legacy for future generations. Celebrating diversity, the Nomad Games, little bit of the history of these Nomad Games. Following Kyrgyzstan independence in 1991, our local communities began revitalizing their traditional culture, particularly in the field of traditional games. Knowledge bearers and practitioners connected to address challenges such as the loss of traditional knowledge and declining interest among younger generations. And starting by 2007, more than 220 traditional games and their variations were documented. And these efforts culminated in the organization of Nomad Games Festival in local level in all 7 regions of our country. Outcomes of Nomad Games include, in local level, increased safeguarding and transmissions of traditional games with informal clubs in the local community were open, strengthened connections with other cultural heritage elements such as the traditional crafts, revival of traditional craftsmanship as increased demand for game equipment has renewed the practice of making items like saddles and boards for games, economic benefits as craft people sell their goods at festival sales. These local festivals led to launch World Nomad Games in 2012. The World Nomad Games is the largest international initiatives aimed at reviving and safeguarding nomad culture. Since their inception, they have been held in Kyrgyzstan in 2014 and 2016 and 2018, and in Turkey in 2022, with Kazakhstan set to host them in this year. To date, our 2,102 countries have participated, with more 55,000 participations from 1,048 communities across many countries. In 2018, UNESCO officially endorsed the World Nomad Games, raising their visibility and encouraging broader participation. This led to the nomination and successful inscription of Nomad Games for good safeguarding practices. This recognition underscores the importance of preserving nomadic culture and support efforts to safeguard intangible cultural heritage in global level. Aligned with UNESCO objectives, the World Nomad Games promote traditional sports, intercultural dialogue, and collaboration among participating countries. The Games feature over 40 traditional nomadic sports and competitions, cultural programs including exhibitions, performance, and masterclass, scientific programs with conference and roundtable on nomadic cultures, creative industries with fashion shows and film presentation centered on nomadic civilization. Through these diverse offerings, the Nomad Games celebrate nomadic traditions and foster global cooperation. Also, nomads have traditionally lived in harmony with nature, and the World Nomad Games honor this by promoting environmental sustainability. The event incorporates eco-friendly practice and raises awareness about biodiversity conservation, emphasizing the balance between nomadic life and ecological preservation. The World Nomad Games have become a major draw for international tourists, significantly contributing to the local economy and improving the livelihoods of participating communities. Both the national and international levels of the Games have boosted the local economy by providing a platform for craft people to sell their goods. In conclusion, I would like to say the World Nomad Games greatly contribute to safeguarding the cultural and historical diversity of people around the world, promoting ethnosport and traditional games at national, international, and global level, supporting research and development in the field of ethnosport and traditional games, enhancing intercultural dialogue and cooperation, strengthening the viability of traditional games, and not only traditional games, and also other many cultural heritage elements, both tangible and intangible. Cooperation between Central Asia and Korea in safeguarding cultural heritage can be strengthened through many joint projects, knowledge exchange programs, collaborative festival, and educational initiatives. Korea's expertise in digital preservation and technologies-driven solutions can play a key role in these efforts. And so we'd like maybe more initiative in the creative industries, in the K-pop, documented heritage, and etc. And we will open to cooperate in different fields of Korean experts. And I think, I hope we have many fruitful and many collaborative cooperations projects, not only the field of cultural heritage, but other fields also. I look forward to continue our fruitful cooperation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Secretary General, for your presentation. This was indeed a very interesting topic. The World Nomad Festival, or the Nomad Games, was introduced as a way to collaborate on the preservation and safeguarding of nomad culture and Central Asian culture. Thank you for your suggestions as well.
Let me invite the last presenter of the session, representing the Republic of Korea. We have with us Professor Eun Kyung-oh, Director of the Institute for Eurasian Turkic Studies at Dongguk Women's University, and she's going to talk about the dialogue for Central Asia Cultural Heritage Cooperation, centering on K-Silk Road. Good afternoon. As was introduced, I am Oh Eun-kyung from Dongguk Women's University. I would first like to thank you for the invitation. I understand that we were not able to meet in person because of the COVID-19 pandemic, but I remember seeing some of the familiar faces that I met through video, and the ICAS has also been working closely with our institute, so it is very meaningful that we're here in person exchanging ideas and sharing suggestions. I would now like to focus on the K-Silk Road initiative proposed by the Korean government and potential cooperation for cultural heritage between Korea and Central Asia. I'm going to speak in Korean, and I'm also going to see that speaking Korean is really a cool thing, because Korean culture and Korean language is really popular. So that is why I've decided to speak in Korean. And my slides are also written in Korean. My initial question is this. In this particular session, we're talking about Central Asia. There are many regions around the world, but what does Central Asia mean to Korea? And when it comes to the boundaries of Central Asia, we basically know that there are 5 Central Asian countries, but when it so UNESCO has been working with these 5 Central Asian countries, but to take a step further, we also need to take a look at the language relations. This is an Altaic family, language family, and there are some disputes at the scholarly disputes about this type of language family, but I just wanted to briefly mention that. And this is artifact from ancient times where we have this komitatus or armed escort tradition, and some say that this type of tradition is related to the escort tradition in Shilla kingdom. And there have been some discussions on the similarities between tombs in Shinla dynasty and other tombs located in Central Asia, as well as these cultural artifacts that we excavated from these sites that are quite similar. And we also have similar religious traditions and artistic traditions. And so in that sense, our Buddhist art traditions are quite similar to what you may see in Central Asia. And when you go to Termis, you can see that there are these very ancient Buddhist temples. And when you look at the styles and the architectural designs of these Buddhist temples, you can see that there are a lot of similarities between what they have in Central Asia and what we have in Korea. So we have a very long history of exchanges. And here is an example of the Wang Ochonchukgukjeon, which is a travelogue by Buddhist monk Hyecho from the kingdom of Shilla, who traveled from Korea all the way through Central Asia. And here there are very detailed descriptions of what he saw in Central Asia traveling through this region. And when we also talk about Korea's relations with Uzbekistan, we always mention these ancient paintings in Afrasiab in Samarkand. At the face, at the entrance of the museum, you can find this painting, and here you can see that there are people from the Joseon dynasty wearing a very typical Joseon dynasty hats. And this means that we may have exchanges between the two countries. But when you look at the historical records, you can see that this is not really feasible. So based on the historical facts. So I sent an official letter to an institute in Uzbekistan. And so the director of the museum, he designed the museum itself. And this was actually a painting with an intention to show how Korea and Uzbekistan are closely related. So this painting is not from the old days, but if you go to this museum in Uzbekistan, I hope you will remember that it's not really based on the historical fact, but it is based on the aspiration to illustrate how Korea and Uzbekistan are closely related. And we know from the history that there were many coalitions and alliances, and we all know that the floor heating system was transferred from Goguryeo to Central Asia. And also we have the Munmu King Munmu monument, and it talks about the relations between the kingdom and Central Asia. I am not an archaeologist, but rather I'm a scholar researching intangible cultural heritage, and so I focus mainly on ICH. We all know that Korea and Central Asia have many shared spiritual traditions and also oral tradition. When we think about the Korean literature and many ideologies and ideas that we continue to inherit, we can find similarities in Mongolia and Turkmenistan and Tengrism. In Korea, we have this tradition of respecting the heaven, and we see that there are records of arguing that Korean people are descendants of people from the heaven. And this Tengrism and the elements of Tengrism are found not only in Korea but also in Central Asia. And when we talk about shamanism, well, shaman is from Tungus language, And in ancient Turkey, Gambakshi is the term referring to these shamans. And they were later turned into a Korean term called Paksumudang. So they sound similar. It means that we have this oral tradition and the spiritual tradition. And in Korea, we have the pansori tradition, which emerged in the 18th century, but it has its roots in oral literary tradition that we had. And I believe that there's some connection between our oral tradition and the oral traditions in Central Asia. And as was mentioned by the moderator, I believe that we have Koryo Saram or Korea, this diaspora in Central Asia, and there are many cultural heritage and traditions that have been succeeded by the Koryo Saram, and this diaspora is a connecting bridge between Korea and Central Asia. And I believe that the language spoken by these Korean people, diaspora in Central Asia, is something that we need to preserve. We need to gather and collect recordings, audio recordings of this particular dialect of Korean. We don't have a lot of people left who still use this language. And as far as I know, there are only about 10 native speakers of this Korean dialect of the diaspora. And if they pass away, then this particular dialect or language may disappear altogether. So we need to collect records of their speech so that we can preserve this very precious tradition. During the Moon Jae-in government, the Korean Culture or Koryo Saram Art House was opened in 2019. And what I like to mention in my presentation is, okay, we have similar culture and heritage and history, then what can we do with that? Professor Christopher Beckwith came up with this concept of cultural complex, and we can use this notion to discuss what we can do going forward. The cultural complex is what we need to continue to nurture because we already have the cultural complex, and we need to think about what we can do with the existing cultural complex that we already have. And I believe that this is a topic that we need to continue to discuss amongst ourselves. The Korean government has announced the K-Silk Road Initiative, and our discussion on the cultural complex is very relevant. And this is something that we need to do together going forward. Here, we have many people from the UNESCO regional offices and national commissions, and I know that a lot of effort has been made in preserving and promoting the Silk Road, and UNESCO conducted a comprehensive research on the Silk Road from 1988 to 1997, and this was a 10-year project, which was very significant. But now, with the K-Silk Road Initiative, Korea and Central Asia, and expanding that, Korea, Central Asia, and the Turkey countries can work together to nurture the cultural complex. We already have the cultural complex. Yuval Harari wrote the book titled Sapiens, and he mentioned that humanity was able to survive despite many threats by wild beasts, but humanity was able to create very rich civilization because of the culture of storytelling. And if we continue to inherit and safeguard these storytelling traditions, we can further expand the cultural complex. But if we neglect this, then we may end up losing this connection to the past, and this may all end up being a big loss. So, what do we need to do to foster the cultural complex? We have many intangible cultural heritages, but when it comes to our lifestyle and tradition, we need to pay attention to ICH, and we need to explore and foster the value of intangible heritage. So this means that we need to clearly define our cultural identity and deepen our cultural understanding so that we can create an environment conducive to peace. Now, the next question is whether ICH can be a driving force for a sustainable K-Silk Road. I believe that intangible heritage can be a very effective driving force behind the sustainable K-Silk Road that will promote regional cooperation. It's not just about cooperation related to culture, but this may expand to political cooperation, economic cooperation, and cooperation in many other areas. So in that sense, we need to go back to the concept of the cultural complex. And it's not just about protecting tangible cultural items or preserving intangible heritage, but rather it is more about what we can do to utilize the existing cultural complex. I'm sure you all know the definition of intangible heritage. There are 5 categories according to the UNESCO. And in order to safeguard these 5 categories of intangible heritage, a lot of effort has been made, and the previous 3 speakers already covered that. And I believe that such safeguarding activities are really valuable because these efforts have been very important in creating new connections. And ICHCAP has been a critical factor, and I've been working closely with ICHCAP for a long time. And I would argue that ICHCAP has been very active in Central Asia. So as you can see here, for the past 15 years, a lot of achievements have been made, including the stockpiling of ICH, developing videos, promoting people-to-people exchanges, conducting workshops and seminars, and supporting youth video production and photo exhibitions, and so on. And I know that ECAS has been a good partner for ICHCAP, and we also have Secretary General Sabira from the Kyrgyz Republic, and the regional office in Almaty provided a lot of support in enabling these activities. So I'd like to thank them for their contribution. I'm sure you are rather tired, so I'd like to now focus on what we can do in more specific terms. Utilizing the K-Silk Road initiative, what can we do to promote cooperation with respect to ICS? And ECAS is already doing this, and UNESCO and national commissions are already doing activities similar to this, but we need to upgrade our efforts. So these are 8 specific categories. First, research exchanges. We need a joint research and joint excavation effort, because in each country, we may not have a comprehensive understanding of the kinds of cultural heritage items that they have in each country. So this means that we need to continue our joint research. We need to investigate and identify ICH items in each of our nations. And when we conduct joint research, we can identify our intangible cultural heritage items and what we can do to strengthen the network of ICH experts and scholars from each country. And we may also hold academic conferences and workshops. I believe that such efforts need to be more organized. Right now, it is mainly pursued by ICHCAP and ICHCAP alone, but I hope that we will have more stakeholders participating in this process. And second, we need to expand cultural exchanges and programs. I know that there are a number of cultural festivals. We have ECAS Festival and World Nomad Games and other festivals. And also in Uzbekistan, there are many cultural festivals sponsored by UNESCO. I believe that we need to expand such cultural exchanges and festivals. And number 3 is providing more educational opportunities so that our younger generation can understand the importance of safeguarding ICH. And number 4, we need to be able to build and hold workshops with masters of cultural heritage. And as Secretary General Sabira emphasized, we need to focus on digitalization and documentation of ICH. Well, ICHCAP has been developing and creating documentary films and videos together with EBS. So exhibitions were held, and we can expand the scope of digitalization and documentation. And we can build a digital archive and a digital platform. We need more of such a platform. And also, Korea has excellent VR and AR technology that can be used for people to experience these intangible heritages. In the cultural exhibition and the cultural hall in Gwangju, there was a Manas exhibition, and it was very impressive. And I argued that this has to be also held in Kyrgyzstan, where people would be able to appreciate such ICH. It's not just about Manas, but other ICH elements that people can experience utilizing virtual reality or augmented reality technology. So we need to be more active in utilizing advanced technology and enable people to appreciate intangible heritage digitally. We need to strengthen cooperation with international organizations, including UNESCO. Also, we need to think about maintaining and preserving living heritage. And to do that, we need financial support for traditional artisans and masters. If there is no financial independence, these people may not be able to transmit their intangible cultural heritage to the next generation. And number 7 is tourism and economic cooperation. A lot of people already mentioned that we need to utilize ICH for tourism. But this is a great idea, of course, and we can develop new tourism packages utilizing intangible heritage. And at the same time, I believe that there are many elements of ICH we can turn into modern day content, including films, musicals, or games. So there are endless possibilities for us to utilize ICH and turn them into interesting content. So we can get some funding from investors, and we can transfer the know-how in the cultural industry, because Korea has really well advanced cultural and creative industries, and Korea can share such experiences with Central Asia. We can jointly organize exhibitions. We can turn some intangible cultural heritage into a musical show or a film, because the content, K-content, is an important portion of our culture, and we need to continue to get inspirations. And I believe that Central Asia can offer inspirations for content production. As someone who's researching heritage in Central Asia, I hope that we will be able to leverage the abundant cultural resources available in Central Asia, and we can turn them into content. And finally, we need to strengthen intergovernmental cooperation. Of course, there have been some MOUs and agreements signed between Korea and other countries, including Uzbekistan, but we need more specific plans, action plans for multilateral cooperation. And it should not just be about UNESCO, but individual governments have to be more active, and they can agree to create a body or standing committee that can organize intergovernmental activities. Furthermore, what the slide shows is the kinds of things that the Korean government should do or can do. First of all, I argue that we need a state-funded research institute. It requires a lot of funding, and I argue that funding should be provided to build a digital archive of ICH. Basically, it is about developing databases for ICH elements, not just for those that are listed at UNESCO, but rather all kinds of ICH elements need to be in the database. And to do so, we need a state-funded research institute. And Korea has conducted a lot of comparative studies with China, with Japan, and other countries, but we need more comparative research between Korea and Central Asian countries. Also, Korea can take the leadership in creating a consultative body. Next year, we will have the C5 Plus Korea Summit, but we need more than that. We can utilize the Turkic Countries Organization and the Korea Central Asia Cooperation Forum, and on the sidelines of the summit to be held next year, we can expand more cooperation and carry out more activities. And lastly, I believe we need to reform our university system. With the existing university education system, they are not really able to nurture experts on Central Asia. Of course, we have the relevant departments at Hankuk University of Foreign Studies, but we need more than that. We need more language offerings for Uzbek and Kazakh languages. We need more relevant majors and departments. And we need more Koreans who can study abroad with the scholarship from the government. And our university education and curriculum can be exported to Central Asia. Also, we can establish some cultural houses where we can have some regular film festivals, and we may also have some exchanges at the library level. And these are part of the public diplomacy initiatives. Korea is not fully aware of the importance of the Organization of Turkic States, but we need to pay attention to this organization and what they are doing. And Korea has been promoting cooperation with Central Asia. This has to be expanded further. And starting from next year, there will be a summit meeting with CA countries plus. And if we continue to leverage the K-Silk Road initiative, I believe that there's a lot more that Korea can do. When we think about culture, we seem to think that culture comes later than economic or political cooperation. So when it comes to international conferences, when they deal with political or economic cooperation, you see a large audience. But when it comes to culture, people do not seem to be that interested. But I like to argue that culture is an essential part of our world, and culture is something that can bind us together further. So we need to pay more attention to cooperation for culture. And by developing the cultural complex, we can promote economic and political cooperation as well. And the K-Silk Road initiative is all about that. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for your presentation. In Korea, well, as she mentioned, compared to the sessions on political or economic cooperation, we tend to have a smaller audience when we talk about cultural exchanges and cultural cooperation. But I'd like to once again argue, I agree with what Dr. Oh said, that culture should be the basis for cooperation. But in modern days, we seem to focus only on political or economic cooperation, but we need to really think about culture. Director Oh talked about the importance of the K-Silk Road initiative, and she presented 8 specific suggestions. to further expand cooperation with Turkic countries and the Central Asian countries. And she also mentioned the importance of nurturing and strengthening the cultural complex in our region. Thank you so much for your contribution.
It is currently 5:30. I do believe that we have about 15 more minutes. We have heard 4 keynote presentations. Well, I can't look back, so I don't know how many people are still remaining with us. But if you have any comments or questions from the floor, we would like to open the floor for comments and questions. Please raise your hand and wait for a microphone. Thank you. I am from Hufs, and I am a professor of Central Asian Studies. I have 2 comments that I would like to share. First, when we heard from Director Evren, when we talk about Central Asia, many people picture nomads. But Central Asia is not all nomads because we have cities as well. There is a peaceful harmony of nomadic culture with urban areas. So I think that would be a better understanding. Second, Professor Oh discussed K Silk Road, and she provided us with a detailed explanation of K Silk Road. Thank you very much for the explanation. The name K Silk Road, it sounds very hopeful because it reflects Silk Road, and Silk Road implies many cultural aspects of Central Asia, as well as the Renaissance of 1,000 years ago in Central Asia. So I do believe that it is very hopeful that you have named the policy K Silk Road. Thank you very much.
Thank you again. Inspired by the presentation of Professor Oh, I have some concrete proposals, maybe suggestions. First of all, she talked about research exchange and determining some ICH items on which we can cooperate further. I have a proposal about this. Actually, we already discussed in the morning with the distinguished director of ICHCAP about exchange of experience on traditional paper production. There is a group of people working on this in Istanbul, Turkey, and you know Samarkand was also a historical center in paper production, which is still living. So we can organize an experience exchange program in Korea, and they would like to learn Korean experience too. So, and using, of course, the media opportunities in Korea, we can emphasize this common cultural heritage element. Second proposal is, as I said, we are an international organization, and directors are elected at a rotational basis. And fourth director of ICAS was from Korea. And during his term, from 2014 to 2018, there were some interns from Korea, interns in Samarkand in our institute. So we can do this again. We have a memorandum of understanding with your university too, with other institutions from Korea too. I invite you. I mean, we can provide logistic and organizational support about this. I mean, about any cultural issue. It can be archaeology or philology or anthropology. Students, graduate students working, researchers studying about that can come to Samarkand. Third is you talked about joint exhibitions. It's always an actual issue, but especially next year, General Conference of UNESCO is going to be organized in Samarkand, as you all know. So we can use this opportunity to organize some joint exhibitions in Samarkand in cooperation with Korea. We should also discuss this too in the forthcoming days and months. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your remarks. Are there any other questions or comments? Well, concerning Professor Irvin, Director Irvin's comments, we would like to turn to Director O. Well, thank you for your suggestions, especially concerning traditional paper. This is something that I have imagined for a long time because there are traditional papers in both countries, and having a cooperation project between the two traditional regions is a very good idea, in fact. And I also believe that there are other possibilities for cooperation. For example, whether it's horseback riding or archery on horseback, this should not only happen in an ad hoc way, but we should also have institutionalized cooperation for each item. So if it's traditional wrestling, we could have cooperation through ECAS for Central Asian countries that each have traditional wrestling. And it's quite encouraging that we have a possibility for a joint exhibition when you are hosting the UNESCO event. Dongdeok Women's University already has a MOU with ECAS, and we are also participating, and myself, I'm participating as a Korean representative when there is an ECAS event. And so we have had a very tight network for the last decade or so. And we have representatives from the UNESCO Regional Office in Almaty and the UNESCO National Commission of Kyrgyz Republic. I hope that we can continue with our collaboration as well, especially through the K-Silk Road initiative. And I hope that we can establish strategies not only for cultural cooperation, but I hope that it can also be expanded to politics and economy as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your remarks, Dr. O. Let me double check. Is there anyone who would like to make a comment or a question from the floor? If not, then as the moderator, I would like to wrap up, but I would like to also say that our discussions will later lead to actual cooperation and joint activities between Korea and Central Asia for cultural heritage. And I hope that we will have further discussions in the future to continue our discussion. With that, let me conclude the third session. I'd like to express my gratitude to the four presenters for their wonderful contribution. And I would also like to thank the audience for staying with us until the end. Thank you.
And just for your reference, there is a housekeeping remark. Well, I will announce the housekeeping remarks. Thank you very much. I would like to mention the housekeeping remark. With the closing remarks of Professor Kang, we would like to invite the UNESCO participants for a separate photo session and another separate session for the project agency. Professor Kang, would you like to join us for the closing remarks? From very early in the morning, in fact, from 9:30 until 6 in the evening, it was indeed a very long day. Participating in a forum across the whole day is no easy feat, but we are here at the 2024 Culture and Strategies Forum for the Korean Peninsula and the North, and we have had fruitful discussions across 3 sessions. Thank you for joining us until late in the afternoon. And in particular, Professor Han Seok-kyu has joined us throughout the day, and thank you very much for joining us throughout the whole day. Thank you to President Han Seok-ki, thank you to our moderators, thank you to our speakers, and thank you to our discussants. During the morning, we have invited ambassadors from 8 countries, and they have participated in the diplomatic strategy session, and it was indeed a great contribution to taking the next step forward for the Korea Central Asia cooperation. Thank you for remaining with us until the very end. This brings us to the end of the 4th Culture and Strategies Forum for the Korean Peninsula and the North. Thank you very much for this most successful forum. Thank you. We would like to invite the members of UNESCO to join us on stage. We do have a performance prepared after the photo session.
So we'll have another closing performance exhibited by WESTIN. So they will prepare within a minute. So we'll have 10 minutes performance.
네, 첫 번째 곡으로는 안예은의 홍연이라는 곡을 준비했는데요. 저희가 이렇게 크로스오버 구성으로 공연을 다니면 저희가 이제 오전에는 이제 BTS 곡, 이제 OST 같은 곡을 연주하다 보면은 사람들이 그래요. 아니 왜 국악기를 들고 와서 국악곡을 안 해요? 이렇게 얘기를 하시더라고요. 그래서 어떤 곡을 하면은 좀 국악풍의 곡들을 좀 선보일 수 있을까 고민하다가 이 곡으로 준비를 해봤습니다. 어떠셨나요? 좋으셨나요? 네, 감사합니다. 저희는 저희의 올스트링이라는 팀인데요. 저희는 세상의 모든 현들, 그러니까 현악기의 모든 주법들을 사용하고 있습니다. 예를 들어 제 첼로는 찰현이라는 줄을 마찰시켜서 내는 소리를 뜻하고요. 가운데는 발현, 타현. 네. 네, 가운데 있는 악기는 양금이라는 우리나라 전통 국악기인데요. 많은 분들이 모르고 계시고 그 타현 말 그대로 타악기 할 때 친다, 치면서 연주하는 현을 의미합니다. 우리나라 유일한 타현 악기인 양금이고요. 그리고 제 오른쪽 편에 보시면은 가야금 보이시죠? 가야금은 발현, 손가락을 튕겨서 소리를 발생한다. 그래서 발현 악기로 불립니다. 네, 그런 악기들이 모여서 크로스오버를 추구하고 저희가 이제 조화를 이렇게 만들고 있습니다. 음악을. 네, 그래서 K-팝부터 월드뮤직 그리고 국악곡까지 다양한 곡들을 만들고 편곡하고 있습니다. 그래서 다음 곡으로 들려드릴 곡은 애니메이션 OST인데 아이들이 좋아하고 그리고 거기에다 곡을 하나 더 섞었습니다. 네, 요즘 되게 유명한 팝송인데요. 두 가지를 섞었는데 어떻게 섞였는지 구별하시면서 들어주시면 좋을 것 같아요. 그럼 다음 곡 바로 들려드리겠습니다. 네, 오늘 요청 주신 곡은 두 곡인데요. 좋으셨나요? 네, 사실 저희 네, 음악 공연에는 저희가 뭐가 있죠? 네, 예, 마지막 남으신 분들께 한 곡 더 들려드리면 좋을 것 같아서 네, 네, 같이 나와주시면은 너무 좋죠. 감사합니다. 아유, 감사합니다. 저희가 아름다운 노래로 마지막 곡을 준비해 보겠습니다. 너무 감사해요. 네. 혹시 스카프 받으신 분들은 스카프 가져오셔도 좋을 것 같아요. 네. 네. 네, 이렇게 가까이서 악기를 볼 수 있는 기회가 흔치 않아요. 옆에서 같이 사실 저희도 되게 부담스럽기도 하고 긴장도 되지만은 네, 저희의 뒷모습을 공개하면서 네, 그럼 저희 곡 한번 시작해봐도 될까요? 그럼 박수 주시면 바로 시작해 보겠습니다. 네, 너무 감사합니다. 박수. 너무 호응이 너무 좋네요. 감사합니다. 저희 어떻게 이제 마무리를 지어야 될지 같이 사진을 한번 찍을까요? 네네네. 그럼 저희 좀만 앞으로 다시 나와주시면은 저희가 그대로 할까요? 그러면 제가 좀 뭉쳐서 저희가 좀 아래 네.